and Newhawk people, as well as the Kitasoo, Hehes, and Algacha nations. We honor our relationship with these nations. I am joining you today from the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples. This meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be made publicly available on our website. This meeting is called to order at 9:02 on March 28th, 2024. I'm just going to do a roll call of attending directors. Chair Jamie Kennedy here, representing Area C. I have Director Steve Emery, representing Area A. And Director Travis Hall, we've got him online? Yep. Director Hall, are you there?
I don't see him. Meg, do you see him?
No,
Okay.
I don't have him.
Okay, no problem. Director Lawrence Northeast, representing Area D. Director Jim Ward, representing Area E. So first of all is the business of adopting the agenda. We have two late items that need to be added to the agenda. We have the updated draft bylaw number 64, the 5-year financial plan bylaw that needs to be added into section 7.1. And we have a brief presentation from the Cariboo Chilcotin Coast Tourism Association, which will be added into Development Services, Economic Development and Land Use Planning, section 11.5. Is there anything else that needs to be added by directors?
No,
All good. Can I get a mover to adopt the agenda as amended?
so moved.
Moved by Director Northeast and a seconder?
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Ward. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Next, we have 3 sets of minutes. The first is from February 22nd, the regular board meeting. Will directors please review these minutes? And does anyone have any comments or questions on these? I'm just, so hearing none, I'm just going to look for a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Director Ward and a seconder.
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Okay. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. Next, we have the special board meeting from February 22nd, 2024. Will the directors please review those? And is there any comments or questions on those minutes? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the minutes from the special meeting from February 22nd, 2024 as presented.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Director Emery and a seconder.
I can second that.
Seconded by Director Northeast. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Any opposed? Hearing none. Finally, we have the minutes from the March 13th special board meeting. If directors have had a chance to take a look at that, any questions or comments on the March 13th meeting? Looking for a motion to adopt the minutes from March 13th as presented.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Director Ward and a seconder.
Yep.
Seconded by Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay. There we go. There's that's all done. Next, we're going to move into executive reports. I'm going to go first, and then we'll go through directors in order of alphabetical order of areas. So I'm going to start with the very good news. So after many years of advocacy efforts, the CCRD has been awarded $2.3 million towards our landfill service. This funding is a direct result of advocacy efforts at UBCM and beyond. It's a testament to what we can do and what we can achieve when we are consistent and direct. It's a testament to the hard work of the staff and of your board. I would like to specifically mention the hard work of our CAO and working at the staff level with the ministry to make meetings happen and to ensure that the ministry heard our message. Another honorable mention goes out to our former CAO, Courtney Kirk, who spent a very hot summer's day in 2020 filming me at the Thorson Creek landfill dressed up as the garbage queen with a plea to the UBCM membership and to the ministry for help. Although it was a very memorable day indeed. Although 2.3 million was not our full ask, it will go a very long way for residents who will not have to pay that out of their pockets. It's truly something to be thankful for, and we will talk more about that later on. I just could not contain that for later in the meeting because it's such great news for us. And that brings me to my next point. It is my job as chair to run these meetings. I have influence and control over the conduct that I allow in these spaces, whether they be virtual or in person. And because of that, I have a lot of responsibility. I have responsibility to the public that we serve, responsibility to contractors and presenters, and responsibility to board members that I serve alongside of. I also have responsibility to staff that are in the space, making presentations and doing their jobs. Under no circumstances is what happened during the last board meeting appropriate behavior. Staff were no longer being provided with a safe and respectful work environment, and business was unable to continue as it should be. It is a very sad state that we've degraded to, where the RCMP need to be notified about our meetings and that we need to plan for worst case scenarios. This takes away the voices of respectful residents who follow process, but unfortunately, I must fiercely guard against the degradation of a respectful workplace. So this week, as you may have noticed, I'm not in Bella Coola. It is not to do with that, but I am joining you from Victoria. On Monday and Tuesday, I attended the Chair CAO Forum. At this gathering, our CAO and I were joined by the only other people in not only the province, but the world who are doing the unique jobs that we are doing. In this province, there are 27 regional district chairs and 27 regional district CAOs. We had the incredible experience of getting together with this group and discussing the unique situations that we are facing. It was incredibly valuable, and I'm so glad that I was able to attend. And it turns out that our situation is by no means unique. It sounds like a lot of other regional districts are facing the kind of challenges that we are facing, and I was really glad to attend and to find out that we are not alone in these struggles. Many other boards are facing the same sort of thing, and many are wondering, in the words of another board chair, what the hell is going on right now? Many other boards have had to make the kind of choices that we have had to make, including closing meetings and having meetings off-site, limiting access of members of the public to members of the board, requiring security and police, and as well as escorting people in and out of the building. It is disheartening, but it was great to be able to collaborate with those members and to talk about how we can move forward and to protect the process. And that process is not perfect, but those are the tools that we have to work within. Yesterday, I attended the Municipal Finance Authority AGM here in Victoria, and I would like to thank the Municipal Finance Authority because that is who is picking up the bill for my travel and accommodation. And it makes a huge difference in our region. We are the smallest regional district in the province and the only one without municipalities. Travel to and from our region is among the most expensive in the province, and we benefit the absolute most from having this opportunity to meet colleagues and hear how other RDs are dealing with situations that we are facing, not only in the boardrooms, but when it comes to policy and what's being handed down by the provincial government. So that's my report. Thank you for your patience. It was a bit lengthy, but I'm going to pass it over to Director from Area A, Steve Emery.
Hello. Well, I don't have a whole pile to report out here. The latest was that Ferries has decided that they've concluded enough negotiations with our First Nations next door and what have you. So now they can actually make it public to what they're doing with the dock on Denny Island, which is beyond me. But anyhow, the other thing that's new is that a couple of locals got together and they've started a local I don't know why he called it a SAR, but a search and rescue society. So the idea is that that maybe in the future when they get organized, that they could at least start with maybe some training and equipment to start a little, I'm not going to say a fire department, but say an interface fire, forest fire department on their own. So hopefully they can get something that looks good. That might work.
Sounds great. Perfect. Hopefully. Thank you, Director Emery. And has Director Hall joined us yet? Is he on the line? Director Hall?
No.
No, not yet. Okay. So Director Lawrence Northeast for Area D.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. Greetings from my home office in beautiful downtown Regensburg. I don't really have anything to add today except to say that my support for you as our chairperson is unwavering. I appreciate the efforts that you have made, the guidance, the wisdom in navigating through a difficult situation. And so while I'm on the kudos train right now, I would also like to make it abundantly clear that our CAO, Curtis, has my continued support for the work that he has done and the work that still remains to be done. No system is perfect, and there's always going to be bumps along the way. And that's why I'm very thankful and very happy that we have all of you, the rest of my board colleagues, guiding the ship and offering wisdom and input. And of course, none of this would be possible without our hardworking staff. And I just want to again give them a nod. And I also want to finally just end this report with some of the disruptions and things that we've had. The most negative impact is that it has at times curtailed some people's opportunities to speak because meetings get interrupted and then cancel and that. So I would just encourage people again, if you have not reached out to your board, if you have not been able to reach out to your representative, please consider doing so by email or text or whatever method you have, and make your opinions, questions, concerns known, whatever the days ahead. So again, just thank you everybody for all your hard work. And again, to the constituents, when there is an issue that you would like addressed, please get hold of me. Email is probably the best way, but as you know, I live my life on Facebook, and so you can also reach me on Messenger as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Northeast. Director Ward for Area E.
Yes, good morning. Not too much more to add, just echo the statements that my fellow directors have made in their updates. As far as updates on our Area E, changing the seasons has brought about a few local or area construction projects, whether they're homeowner projects or there's another one happening at the Bella Coola Motel that's in progress. It's been in progress for a little while. It looks like there's lots of activity happening around there. Again, I'd like to give kudos to our chair and our CAO for their advocacy efforts as of late for the landfill funding. I know that there was some extra work that's went on in the past few months in that regards as well. So kudos to you guys for getting some results there and helping alleviate that burden on our constituents and stuff. And again, also, support for our CAO and with the events that happened last meeting, to our staff. I'm glad to see that the staff is very well supported by our CAO and our chair there. So that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Director Ward. Thank you for your reports, directors. Our next item on the agenda is a request for decision on the 5-year financial plan bylaw number 64. Ms. Vian, can you speak to this, please?
Sure, Madam Chair. Maybe, not sure it will let me do screen share. Madam Chair, the Board of Directors, are you able to see this request for decision? I just wanted to, yeah.
Yes.
Quickly
Yeah,
walk
we
you
see the
through.
diligent page. Yep.
Okay, thank you. As you're aware, this 5-year financial bylaw was introduced at the February board meeting. Since that time, some revisions were incorporated this final version of 5-year financial plan, mainly as a result of some new funding agreements and some audit confirmation regarding care for surpluses. So based on the board decision, 2024 budget reflects a property tax levy increase of 4%. There was no change since the last time the board made a decision in January board meeting. UBCM just provided some correspondence regarding new funding agreement renewal for Community Works Fund. So those are actually reflected on this 5-year financial plan. And as Madam Chair and other Board of Director already kind of announced, CCRD was awarded $2.3 million grant from the province to address our long-term financial viability at the landfill. So those are included in this 5-year financial plan. And also there's some housekeeping item here included after the February board meeting. In 2022, the board requested some of the owner of subdivision to provide it a parkland development fee. And the donor property actually reached out to us recently and confirmed their intent to pursue it. So those amount is included in the Bella Coola Parks and Recreation budget.
Great.
Also, based on the auditor's confirmation regarding care for surplus for beginning of 2024, reduced by 12,500 compared to February board meeting 5-year financial plan, just mainly regarding to just some additional expenses we recognize after the February board meeting, but we need to include it in 2023 expenses. That's all I have right now. But I'll open the floor to the board. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer here.
Excellent. Thank you for putting that together for us. And I know that you've been working hard on this, up to the last kind of moment with all the new information that's been received. So thank you very much for your hard work and your continued hard work on the budget and the 5-year financial plan. So you've done an amazing job. I'm going to ask the board if there's any questions for our CFO. Hearing none. So we are looking for a resolution that bylaw 64 cited as the Central Coast Regional District 5-year financial plan bylaw number 64, 2024, having been given due and detailed consideration by the board, be now read a third time as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Great. Moved by Director Ward and a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second.
Seconded by Director Emery. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Any opposed? Hearing none. I'm also looking for the motion that bylaw 64 cited as the Central Coast Regional District 5-year financial plan bylaw number 64, 2024, having been reconsidered and having met all prerequisites for final adoption, be now finally adopted, sealed and signed by the chair and person responsible for corporate administration. Looking for a mover for that one.
I can move that.
Moved by Director Northeast and a seconder. I heard somebody, but I didn't see who it was. Sorry. A seconder for
I'll
Yeah.
second.
Director Emery. Excellent. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Great. Okay, so thank you again, Ms. Bien. Next, we have a presentation from Urban Systems and KPMG on our asset retirement obligations. Ms. Bien, can you introduce our presenters?
Sure, Madam Chair.
If they're on the, everybody's here.
Not sure they're on the line.
Oh, we could come back, or
I don't recognize
Yeah.
everybody in the chat. Can I get, if they're here, can I get them to raise their hand?
Maybe
I
just
can
if
give
you don't mind,
Michaela a
maybe just
call.
give us a quick second and maybe give them a call. Maybe just take
Okay.
a 2-minute recess and let us
sure. Okay, that sounds good. So right now it's 9:23. We're going to take let's say, we'll give us more than 2 minutes, maybe. How about 5 minutes? We'll take 5 minutes and we'll come back just before 9:30.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, have we got everybody? Is everybody back? I see Director Ward and Director Northeast.
We are just about sort of the technical side of everything getting, I think we have one of the presenters this year.
Oh, great. Oh, and
Just
maybe
give us another
no problem.
minute or two.
Okay, another minute or two, no problem.
Looks like both have arrived, so we are ready.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to bring the meeting back. It is 9:31, and once again, I'm going to call on our CFO, Ms. Bien, to introduce our speakers.
Hello, Madam Chair. I would like to introduce John from Urban System and also Michaela from KPMG join us today. Give us a little bit and the board walk through some of our ARO results and how we get there, all the ARO our calculations and the financial potential impact along with it. So I'll pass on to John first. Hi, John.
Oh, hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Welcome.
I'm going to, thanks for having me. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. I've prepared about half a dozen slides just to give an overview of the asset retirement obligation report. I believe you all would have received it in your agenda and had a chance to review it. But I will give you a quick top of the waves overview of the contents. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you. So let me give it a try and see if our technology is working. There we go. All right, can everybody see that?
Looks great.
Okay.
We see the presenter view, but yeah, we do see.
Oh, presenter view. Oh, okay. Is that a sec here? I know I can switch that. Let's see. Why am I not in presenter view?
Or at least we see the slides on the side and then the main slide in the middle. I don't know if that's presenter's view or if that.
It is presenter's view, and I'm not sure why it's got presenter's view here for you. Should I try it again? Maybe I should try it again.
Maybe if you go to the left where it says like from current slide above the like we just see like the slides on the left and yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I hadn't pushed play yet. Okay. All right. Let me dive into it here. So asset retirement obligations, it's a new public sector accounting standard, and I apologize if this is repetitive, if Yenny's already talked you through this, but I will go over it just to make sure we're all on the same page if everybody isn't aware of it. It's a new accounting standard. The purpose of the standard is to identify any financial liabilities that may result from the retirement of an asset, of infrastructure assets, or the expiration or termination of a contract, such as a lease or some type of land use agreement. The standard was originally to be implemented for last year, but because of COVID, we actually got an extra year on it. So every Canadian municipality has to implement this now for their financial statements in 2023. The project that we undertook, we started back in, I think we had a first meeting back in September. And this is the process that we followed. The first part of the project was to confirm the screening criteria, which is essentially what legal requirements or legislation exists that might trigger a retirement obligation for the regional district. A lot of work had been done on this previously by the accounting firms, by also just knowledge, engineering knowledge of the standards and legislation that's in place. So that all went to, and I'll share with you here a few slides forward what the criteria is. The second step was we collected information, and Jenny and the team there brought together all of the documentation or background information that we would need here at Urban Systems to have a look at that and review the infrastructure and agreements to see if there was retirement obligations. Once I had that, we had that here, we were able to go through it, have a quick screening of it, an initial screening. Then we had some follow-up meetings with the teams, the regional district team, staff team, and our team to go through it, talk through any information gaps. And through that process, we were able to come up with the assets or the retirement obligations that we considered in scope. We were able to put together the cost, put together the summary report, which you have, and now you're currently in the implementation phase. So I'm going to dive into these steps just a little more detail, but that's the high level. So the screening criteria, this is the legislation that we were aware of or that has come to our attention through the process. And I've worked with probably 30 communities on doing this. So this is everything that we were able to identify through the process that I've been through. The main one, of course, is asbestos. So what we were looking for when we screened the regional district's building assets was focusing on buildings that were built prior to 1990, because asbestos was banned as a building material in Canada and in the United States in 1979. However, there was still asbestos products in the supply chain. So you would still see those crop up in buildings, not uncommon right through the 1980s. But by 1990, most of that, or virtually all of it, had worked its way through. So there's relative confidence that there wouldn't be significant asbestos in buildings that were constructed after 1990. Another obligation is related to buried fuel tanks. Those are governed under the Canadian Fire Code or the BC Fire Code. Those have to be removed at the end when they're not in service anymore. End of lease and other contractual obligations. Sometimes those have wording in them that at the end of the agreement or the termination of the agreement, for instance, you have to return the land or the building to its original state. So we had to review all of those. Water wells is another one under the BC Groundwater Protection Act. Water wells have to be decommissioned when they're no longer in use. So that means removing the piping, filling them in with gravel or a granular material, and then capping them. Hazardous waste, known hazardous waste are also sometimes included within this standard. Most of those fall within another accounting standard that you've already implemented, Public Standard 3260. But there are cases, there was no cases here for the regional district, but there are certain cases where they would fall under this standard. And then the big one was the change of the landfill closure and post-closure costs. Those were originally accounted for under Standard 3270, and now they're under this new accounting standard. And the accounting treatment's a little bit different, and I'm sure you've had some discussions around that already. So that's actually covered in a separate report. I didn't cover it here in my report. So that's the criteria. I'll keep going rather than take questions now if anybody had them, and we'll answer them at the end because I don't have too many more slides. In terms of information, this is the information that was available to us. We had the accounting information that was provided. There was an asset management plan that Urban Systems had done previously that had information on your infrastructure. We looked at insurance information that might have been available, any engineering reports. Sometimes we could go to BC Assessment because it had information on when buildings were constructed and the size of the buildings. We had copies of leases and agreements, and of course we had staff knowledge. Staff knowledge, we were able to, was very valuable, and we had several meetings just with staff focusing on discussing all of the buildings, deciding what might be possibly an ARO, and then finally determining what we deemed reasonably would be in scope. So we had 2 meetings in the fall, doing that one on the 26th of September, and one in October. And then after that, we also had 2 review meetings with the auditor, who had questions that we had to go back and address and look into a little more detail. Finally, out of that process, we narrowed it down to the asset retirement obligations that we felt reasonably existed for the regional district, and that included 9 buildings. That was asbestos abatement, and we had a total allowance of about $153,000 for those 9 buildings for the abatement. There are 9 water wells that will require retirement, and we had an estimate of about $90,000 to do those. Then you had 1 contract, the lease for the skating rink, with asset retirement obligation of $25,000, and that's just to return the land to its original state and remove the warming hut. So those were all of what we found through the process, and those all went together into the summary report, which we had the first draft in November, or the 24th, and the final report just recently after we went through answering the questions for the auditor. We also provided a draft policy back in November. So that was the scope for urban systems, and now the next step is the implementation, which is the financial ramifications of what we found, and I believe Michaela is going to talk to that aspect of it. So that's in a nutshell, what I have to share with you. So I'm going to stop sharing, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Any questions from the board for John at this time? Hearing none right now. So I will pass the floor to Michaela.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay? Oh, yeah.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. So thanks, everyone. I didn't prepare a PowerPoint because I was just going to go through the impact of just what that meant on the financials. Thank you, John. That was an amazing run through of ARO. We're going to have you join our accounting team here pretty quick after this project. So huge thank you to your internal finance team. Yenna, working with you is always so great. And thank you, John, for answering our questions and doing such a great job with coming to figure out what the actual ARO obligations were going to be. So ultimately, there's 2 pieces to the ARO. It's the landfill part, which you guys are very aware of over the last few years, and we've worked together quite a bit on that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that piece, and then there's the piece that John helped you guys with to figure out what truly were your AROs now under this new standard. So if you remember last year on the books of CCRD, the landfill was just under 2.1 million. That was the liability that you guys kind of had to work towards trying to cover that cash outflow eventually when the life of the landfill was going to end, and also the post-closure activities that you guys had to do to maintain the land and make sure that things were still, clean and up to standards. So it was just under 2.1. The way the old standard worked was that you only had to record a liability for whatever was used on the landfill. And so every year that you used a piece of it, the liability would go up and up and up. But this new ARO standard, it requires the whole thing be booked on the books for as though you had used it for the full life of the landfill, and anticipated that you would use it until its end of life, which right now was 11 years. That's what's remaining on your landfill. I know you guys are under discussions about extending that life and everything like that, which would change the timing of when the closure and post-closure costs were going to be due. But right now, the books of CCRD are showing it as though the cleanup needs to be done in 11 years from now, which is what's the remaining life of the landfill. So once Morrison Hirschfield went through and calculated the ARO for landfill under the new standard, we had to increase your liability on the books to almost 2.8 million. So 2.77 million is what your new liability got bumped up to, which is the cost for the total life, as though if it was going to be in 11 years cleaned up. So your liability jumped up quite a bit under this new methodology. So just so you're aware of that. Now, what KPMG worked with the NA on, the difference between last year's 2.1 all the way up to the almost 2.8, we actually capitalized that difference. It didn't go straight to the bottom line yet. It actually went into capital. And what we're doing is every year over the next 11 years, we're bringing in just a piece of it into expense. So it's coming in slowly into an expense through the way of what we call amortization. So as you know, ARO, it's not cash outflow right now. I know I talked to your to your team about this. The ARO is just letting the users of the statements know that this is a cash outflow that's coming when you eventually retire these wells, or when you finally have to clean up the skating rink because your contract's done, for example. So the cash flow is not imminent right now. It's more of a planning tool for, this is still your obligation for the assets that you control and that you own. And it's just getting those numbers on the books now, so you plan for when it is time. So that which is great from a budgeting, trying to come up with when you're going to have to eventually come up with these funds to do this work. But it does let the users know that you do ultimately have liabilities that are coming up. Now, also on top of the 2.77 million of the landfill, as John mentioned, there was $268,000 of additional ARO liability for the wells and everything that the 9 buildings that had ARO. So everything that John had mentioned there, the total was the 268,000. Again, that's not cash outflow right now. That's for eventually when you do have to clean these assets up. Most of it gets capitalized and then slowly brought into income over its life. And most of those items were already quite a bit older, so a lot of it did impact your accumulated surplus, which means it's been expensed, but the cash flow hasn't happened yet until you actually perform the act of cleaning up the asset in the correct way. And when you do that, so eventually over time, like say in 11 years from now, your landfill gets cleaned up, then that liability comes off the books, right? Because you've paid out all of the expense to clean it up. So as you clean up a well here or a well there, the liability will reduce by the work that you've actually done. And then, but then could also go up in case you do have, all of a sudden you find one of your buildings that does come up and you guys figure out that, oh, well, there is asbestos here, because right now it's just an estimate. We can't tear down, like John can't tear down all your walls to try to figure out exactly what's happening, right? So this is all estimates, the best we can do with the specialists and your accounting team and the auditors. So there is potential always for this ARO to go up too, because it has to be reviewed every year, and any new information that comes to light, it could potentially increase. But yeah, it's a great tool for planning to make sure that all of these public sector entities are keeping in mind that there is going to be a cost at the end of the life of that asset. So that was everything I had. Happy to take some questions, and then I can pass it back to you, Jenny or Mrs. Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for laying it out so clearly for everyone. I think that it's a bit of it's a hard concept to understand, but without ARO, it's kind of like we're stealing from the future, because we're using those assets, but we're not putting away funds to pay for cleaning them up. So it is a really important concept, although it's hard to wrap the brain around it. But I really appreciate the way that you laid it out for us. Questions from the board for either John or Michaela on the asset retirement obligations reports here? We've got a very quiet room today. All right. Well, I'm not hearing anything. I'm going to take that as it was very clear information, and Oh, I see Mr. Slingerland's hand up. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Michaela or Yanni, can you walk through a bit of the implications for what this means for next year's budgeting process in regards to those dollar values?
Sure, I can speak to this a little bit. Or sure, Michaela, you go first. Maybe I'll close out.
Yeah, I mean, I can start, Yanni. So, you know, I know, Curtis, we talked a little bit about this. It's really difficult because it's not an operating expense that you're next year going to have to have to do a cash outflow for, unless you make the decision to actually clean up some of this ARO asset. So if that's the case, you will have to, you know, think about budgeting for the cost of the cleanup for it for sure, if it's going to be live and active next year. So definitely you guys, when in your budgeting process, probably should look at what you're going to tackle, or if you're going to tackle anything in the upcoming year. But all of it's going to come through, like when it does increase, or when it does go to like amortize and wear down the asset piece, it's all going to go through capital. So it's not going to impact you guys from a budgeting perspective, only because I don't believe you guys are looking at doing capital budgeting as of yet. And so in the future, when you do that, you will have to look at that kind of outlay on that budget. But for right now, I don't see an operational impact unless you're actually going to clean up some of it and have cash outflow. Because right now it's just going to be, the number is where it needs to be. Any increase on the landfill due to the discount rate and bringing it closer to the present value of what it's going to actually cost 11 years from now, that all runs through your landfill, which you're already budgeting for. So, and you have the chart of how much it's going to be next year. It's probably going to be around the $115,000, $120,000, $130,000 range, which is very similar to what you guys were kind of setting aside for your landfill already. And so it would just be whether you want to over and above contribute to it if you have excess, and making those decisions from an operating perspective of, you know, do you want to top up and invest more into it? Are you going to clean up some ARO? So those are the types of questions that will impact. But right now, these are all future costs that'll come up far into the future unless you make that decision to execute and clean up now. So I'll pass it to you, Yanni. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just add it to a little bit. Thank you, your explanation, Michaela. So eventually for future, our financial planning process, the board might have to look at it, set aside some kind of reserve funding to tackle future ARO obligation, just the way we set aside a little bit of money to handle our landfill liability. But as John from Urban System already indicate that they support us to bring forward a little bit ARO policy. So eventually the staff will bring it back to the board just to review and approve our ARO process. So this process is going to impact on our financial implication every year, depending on new interest rate and discount rate, and also anything new obligation we have to meet in the future. So we will think about some kind of mechanism that higher level of the board can take a look at, and we inform the board about kind of those changes and how they're gonna factor into our budgeting process also along with it. I hope that's answered the questions for now.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Bien. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I would like to thank both of you for your presentations today and for taking the time to join us for the reports, and look forward to chatting with you again next time.
Thanks to you guys. We'll see you at
Thank
the
you
audit
very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Now, next on our agenda is the request for decision on the annual borrowing bylaw. Ms. Bien, can you speak to this one?
Sure, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll do screen share again. Oh, no, sorry, can just speak to this.
Sure.
I can see your screen. So yeah, this is we bring forward to the board table every year. Just in case we're struggling with our cash flow temporarily, the board give us authority to borrowing temporarily to get through those cash flow loss temporarily basis. So this is just housekeeping item we bring forward to the board for approval every year. I believe we actually never borrow anything with this bylaw, but we just always have something in place that so when we needed it, we can go ahead and then so that we can accommodate more proper and smooth financial operations through the year.
Great. Does anyone have any questions about the anticipation borrowing bylaw? Nope. So I am looking for a motion that bylaw 529, cited as revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 529, 2024, be now introduced and read at first time.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Director Ward, and a seconder. Seconded by Director
I'll
Emery.
second.
Thank you. And any further discussion there? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay, next. That bylaw 529, cited as the revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 529, 2024, having been given due and detailed consideration by the board, be now read a second and third time. Looking for that motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Moved by Director Emery, seconded by Director Ward. Excellent. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Now that bylaw 529, cited as the revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 529, 2024, having been reconsidered and met all prerequisites for final adoption, be adopted, sealed, and signed by the chair and corporate officer. Looking for that motion.
Lawrence, get your hand up.
Moved by Director Northeast, very willingly, and a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor? Got to make sure this is all fair, that everybody's able to move and second adequately. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, great.
Let me just say that, like my computer, my brain has too many tabs open right now.
I feel you. I feel you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, yeah, no problem. No problem. Luckily we've got Director Emery to keep us on our toes. So next we're moving on to our authorized signatures item 7.4. We have a request for decision for authorized signatures. Ms. Bien, can you speak to this one?
Sure, Madam Chair. As you're aware, finance team successfully retained another staff. Jennifer, she's been great asset to our team and our organization. I just would like to edit her in our signing authority list so that any kind of financial transactions going, finance department more taking control efficiently and independently without getting another support from other department staff.
Great. Any questions for Ms. Bien on the signatories?
Nope.
No. So I'm looking for a motion that the Board of Directors of the CCRD add Jennifer Frank, accountant, to the list of authorized signatories to accounts of the Central Coast Regional District and the Central Coast Hospital District, which includes online banking and safety deposit box privileges.
Okay.
Moved by Director Northeast, and a seconder. Seconded by Director Ward. Yeah, good one. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay. Great. Moving on to administrative services. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Bien. Thank you for yeah, for that whole section.
Thank you.
Appreciating you. So we are moving on to administrative services, and we're going to begin with a request for decision on recommendations regarding the February 22nd regular board meeting. Mr. Slingerland, are you available to speak to this?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can talk to this this item.
Thank you.
So I'm bringing this forward to the board for discussion and hopefully for a decision of some and get some direction from the board on kind of evaluating some of the processes that we've undertaken in the last little bit and their effectiveness, and if the board wants to continue them, and as well some of the challenges that we've been facing. Administration has been facing as we've had a period of sustained political pressure, and that has an impact on specifically our staff, as well as getting even more specific, our in-person staff who reside and live in the Valley. So we've had that period. The last meeting on February 22nd didn't really go well and had to be adjourned and called back. So what we're looking for is a bit of a discussion from the board. I'm recommending that we move to a online format for a period of time. We've tried different avenues to kind of bring the temperature down, of which have been relatively unsuccessful. So there's certain areas where we have certain spaces that we control, and we want to make sure that we provide kind of a safe place for staff, as well as a place that effective governance and dialogue and debate and discussion can take place. So some of the recommendations that we're looking at are, and these are recommendations, at the end of the day, this is the board relates to the board's bylaws and the board's policies, and the board sets the direction on this, on these categories. Move the format of the meetings to a virtual format. Allows us to provide that support to the board and control over the spaces where dialogue takes place. Evaluate the effectiveness of public input period. This is a new thing that the board brought in. There's been some discussion of whether it's been effective, or if it's just if the board is getting effective value from that, or if it's kind of been hijacked by a small group of people to vent frustration every meeting. Tightening up our delegations, so that's 15 minutes of the board's time is a lot, and that should be really constrained for important business of the board. Other individuals and people can get in touch with their elected official through correspondence, building relationships with them, encouraging them to meet, and you all are in your communities doing that. So utilizing that instead of taking an hour of the board's time for things that could have been better handled in other ways. Some of it also relates, the recommendations relate to creating a bit of a policy of what we'll tolerate and our expectations. We have code of conduct for board members. We have codes of conduct for staff, but for people who come into our spaces, that there be a bit of a code of conduct, so our expectations are clear. And then some other recommendations relate to down the road, upgrading things like the CCRD website, making that a priority so that it's easier to access information for residents. So that's kind of where we're, what I'm hoping that the board has a fruitful discussion on.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for putting this together. Maybe we'll go through if board members have something they want to say or discuss, we could begin that discussion.
Well, I think it's a necessary discussion. That goes without saying. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I wrote down a couple of things. This is just something to perhaps help us guide our thoughts moving forward, how to get about what we should do. First of all, I want to echo what has been said a couple of times. A small group of people managed to, through their actions, their deliberate actions, to prevent some discussion. and some communication with constituents, and that is unfortunate. The question is, can we, in this present climate, do two things: ensure the safety of staff, board, and public who attend? And second of all, is there a way to do this? Can we do this so that we can continue to have a public input session? I see the value in it insofar as if people will step up, say what they want to say, allow the board a minute to answer, seek clarification, and then give direction. For example, I could say, thank you very much for your question. I will get back to you, or we will direct administration to get back to you. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, people don't accept that. And here's the underlying issue. It is not a debate. It is not a forum. And that's where it's like the, they would say, the people who brought this forward, or did this, would say, well, we're just, you're not letting us have our say. Well, no, that's the point of the input session. You have your say. We hear what you're saying, but we're not there to debate. That's not in that purview. I'm hoping this makes sense, because quite frankly, I do believe in the public having input, and I think we've, and the board and staff and Curtis have made a lot of improvements to the communication and the consultation side of things. So that's my acknowledgement of things going sideways, the impact it's had, and my desire to see public input continue in some way. And again, I'm an old educator. Maybe it's just about, educating people about what's going on. It seems like a tough slog because it has been hard. But the reality is, I think we've done this 3 or 4 times at the most. And if we are going to continue, maybe it's going to take 6 or 7 times for the procedure, if you will, to take hold. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, it's probably about a nickel's worth.
Thank you for your input, Director Northeast. Director Emery, would you like to speak to this at all?
No, but just a little bit. That you mentioned it earlier that the other regional districts have the same issue. Same with the city mayors and all that have the same issue. BC Ferries has the same issue, and they've had to change their whole planning process around public meetings and all that because it just totally got out of hand, and you totally lose the point of having a meeting once it gets overtaken.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Director Ward?
Yeah, same thing. I think, again, just to reiterate that the staff safety is the utmost importance, and us directors as well, and future directors. So perhaps, maybe changing the time of the public input to the end of the meeting, something like that. And also to like one of the recommendations of the website, making that a priority. I've noticed that we tend to, we're getting into a bit more of a digital age, and we quite often refer to postings that we have on our website and stuff. So I think if we're going to continue to do that and push our constituents to that electronic form of communication, that we have our ducks in a row there, that it is easy to find, because we do have all ages of our constituents, and some of them are tech savvy, and it's not necessarily an age thing, but the younger crowd, they're growing up with small computers in their palm of their hands and stuff, so they tend to be a bit more tech savvy. But again, yeah, that would be that should be a priority if that's what we're going to do, continue as a practice of referring to our website and our notices being posted on the website and stuff that way for constituents to find information.
Thank you. Now, as far as the public input piece, we implemented that just less than a year ago, I believe. Have we felt that there's value in this? I think that our intention was to hear more voices and to have more people feeling heard. I feel like the more like since we've implicated this policy, that it's only like made more like anger and stirred up more emotions. I don't feel like it is helping with community communication, or that it is like working for what is useful purpose when it comes to the business of the regional district. I'm hearing that people aren't feeling heard because they're voicing their opinions and we're not doing exactly what they're asking. The purpose is to hear public input. It doesn't mean that we're going to be able to change our policies based on the voices of a few people. So in our roles, we still have to take into consideration all the responsibilities of the regional district. So I don't know that public input is working. I don't know that it's the right format. I feel like we are hearing the same thing over and over again, and a lot of those asks are not within our power to be able to fulfill, and that it's only stirring up anger and more negativity towards not only the regional district, but just governance in general. When it comes to like delegations, I feel like when we have behavior where a member of the public is not respecting the process, and that process is the only tool that we have, and this process is what protects our staff and our board, and if that isn't respected, then I think it's well within our not only ability but responsibility to not welcome that person back into our spaces again and again, to cause disturbances, to cause disruption, and to not follow process. I will not tolerate being yelled at during a meeting. I have a job to do, and it's my responsibility to make sure that that people feel safe and that that meeting goes according to plan. So I would really like to look at policy around public behavior and expectations. During last meeting, I saw people standing in the way of other people who were trying to leave and endangering the rest of the public. And I'm sorry, but I was blown away by the behavior, and like just the safety risks that were taking place there. So I would really like to look at that. I would like to, I agree with the overview or the overhaul of the CCRD website. That is overdue, and yeah, that costs money, but I think that that's a big an investment that is worth our attention. And yeah, that last point about recommendations to consider. What I've talked about for a long time, like rather than the open house format, but like a one-on-one format or small groups, is having those hours that are available. Whether it be like Sunday afternoons are great for me. I really don't like people showing up at my house. That's happened a few times. That's not okay. Please don't show up at my house in the evenings. I live by myself, and that is a safety issue. Please make an appointment. I like to meet with residents, and I've invited a number of residents into my home, and I find that conversations are productive under those circumstances. But over the past month, I'm sorry, I just have not had that willingness to sit down after the way that things went on our last meeting. So perhaps looking at like office hours where these are the times that we are taking meetings. I know none of us are doing this as a full-time job. So perhaps there's something that we can come up with as far as availability to residents that don't endanger our safety or our feeling like of not feeling safe at home, that that's a safe space to be, because I have had that happen, and I'm more than happy to sit down with people, but I don't really like it to be sprung on me at my home or at my workplace. So that's kind of my input. If there's anything anybody else wants to add on any of those things, it's obviously something that I have been struggling with and feel very strongly about. So if any board members have anything else to add on that. Is there like I'm thinking, maybe we can put a bit of a hold on public input for a while the temperature comes down. I know that there's members of our community that are organizing and having meetings discussing and that February 22nd meeting that was of course it was planned, and that we're going to take over this meeting, and that's just, it's not okay to behave in that way. And so as far as public and our public input has been taken over by the same members every meeting and so I have talked to a number of residents who don't feel safe coming to our meetings, who don't want to be affiliated with a group that is willing to go against process and stand up in a meeting and shout Robert's rules at the chair over and over and over when that isn't anyways. So I would like to see public input be put on hold while the temperature comes down a bit. But I'm, up for, that's up for discussion. So what do other board members think about that?
Yeah, well, I would go along with canceling out the public input. Not saying that the public input couldn't be more a wrote down thing that was sent to the board to read out instead of actual live person. Or even if we're doing virtual for a bit, maybe an individual could do a public delegation via the teams, and then it would be a little bit more controlled.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Director Ward, what do you think?
Yeah, I think having the ability, I don't want the message to go out to say that we're unapproachable.
Mm-hmm.
So, reiterate the fact, if you do have concerns, again, talk to your area director. Throughout the past few months, I've been contacted repeatedly by constituents that don't live in my area, bringing up, concerns that, for lack of better words, just because we all live in the same valley, we're getting painted with the same brush. And I've had to refer, I was like, bring this up with your electoral area director. And if you have no luck, then feel free to reach out and I'll see what we can do. So, as long as we push that, we are reachable by email or phone call or a set up meeting, an appointment based meeting, and to kind of, give support to Director Emery's suggestion. We have delegations and stuff by teams and things, so maybe that's something that we move towards, is a virtual public input type space, to where there is a bit more control.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I just also want to clarify that if I have been treated disrespectfully a number of times, I'm not going to be replying to those emails. So if somebody has damaged their relationship with their electoral area director, there aren't unlimited chances for you. I will not continue to come back to be abused and to be harassed and to be treated the way that I've been treated. And those emails will not be replied to. So it is about building relationship. It is my job to be respectful to people, but if I continue to be treated disrespectfully, I will not be replying. So that's just something about, let's let's build a relationship with our electoral area directors. If there's a personal issue, then yeah, like reach out to other area directors, that's fine. But yeah, the way that things have been going lately, if I've been disrespected, you're not going to hear back from me. I'm sorry. Anything else, Director Northeast?
No, I think it's all been said. Everybody has identified how conflicting this can be. I think we're all good people. We all have a good desire to serve our constituents, to hear from our constituents. But again, we don't want anybody exposed to or continually be exposed to this type of abuse. On social media, one constituent suggested we should just put on our big boy and big girl panties and grow up because this is what we get paid to do. That is just so out there. It is not true. I would not condone this sort of thing among my staff or directed at my staff and my other job. And I don't think there's any reason why, just because somebody's in the public spotlight, that they should have to be subjected to this sort of thing. So please hear me when I say that again, I am conflicted. I want good opportunities for the public to weigh in. If this is not the way, then I trust that we will find a better way. And so I'm going to just skip ahead a little bit. I'm going to say I'm prepared to make a motion that we suspend for now the public input session, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair, until I think we said the September meeting, while we re-examine the issue of public input, how to make it accessible, productive, and safe. I think those would be the three key words. So that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. I'm looking for, oh, I have a hand. Ms. Nevison, go ahead.
Hi, before we put through that motion, I just wanted to verify if because there is a motion that's there, it includes delegations. Would we like delegations as part of that motion, or do we want it to be a separate, just for public input? I just want to make sure that the motion's correct.
Okay, I see where you're at here. What do you think, Director Northeast? Do we want to add delegations, or should we just say public input? What would you prefer?
Actually, I'm prepared to withdraw my motion and proceed with the one that Ms. Nevinson has already provided for us. So I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. I'm looking for a seconder.
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. We also have another motion to discuss, and that is moving our regular and special meetings into a virtual format until September, and that the board come back to this and reevaluate in September. Is there anybody who wants to make that motion?
I will.
Moved by Director Emery, and a seconder. Seconded by Director Ward. And now that motion is up for discussion. Is there any discussion on this motion?
No.
No. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Great. Okay. Great. Moving right along. So next we have an information report. This is about the money that has been received for the Thorson Creek Landfill and Recycling Center. Mr. Slingerland, are you available to speak to this?
Absolutely. So, so as the chair has already talked about, the Central Coast Regional District has received $2.3 million in support from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. This is the direct result of an advocacy approach that the board adopted many months ago. We knew we had some significant challenges at the landfill, and the local government system was constraining us. So we advocated at UBCM the board advocated UBCM to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs as well as the Ministry of Environment. And then we followed up as well with meetings with the MLA, as well as direct meetings with the Minister of Municipal Affairs as well. These advocacy efforts bore fruit, And after a presentation to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, we got a commitment that they would provide some funding. And staff have been working with the municipal affairs staff, getting them some key documents and whatnot, and it resulted in them announcing a $2.3 million grant, half of which will need to be allocated toward their asset retirement obligations. That will reduce that liability. Some of that was discussed at the previous presentation. The other half is for capital that can go towards expanding the landfill, complying with our operating certificates, and as well taking the opportunity to kind of reimagine the service. Is the service working for the residents? We're only open for a limited number of hours. How do we make this service stable and thrive so it meets the needs of residents, as well as does not create significant long-term financial burdens? And that was always the concern with this, is that we're running up against the limits of our budget and we had a massive liability out there. So this really gives us a breath of fresh air and an opportunity to restructure the service, and it offsets the amount of money that would need to be paid by the Valley resident. $2.3 million is a significant sum of money from the Valley, so it would represent a significant amount of money over a limited period of time that we would need to extract just to pay off the retirement obligation. So this is a significant award, and the board should be very, very proud of their work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And for all the hard work of the staff, as well as mentioned. It's not the full ask, but I mean, I'm really happy with this. It's really great timing. And, we have worked so hard. And like I said, since I think it was 2020, the first time that we brought it to UBCM. So yeah, coming up to 4 years of advocacy efforts. And sometimes it felt like there was no hope. But it's, it is really great to see. I think another important piece here is that this isn't coming out of some pot of grant money. This money is special funding from the ministry that they found for us, and because of those efforts. So thank you again to the board and to the staff and to the whole team that worked so hard for our residents. Anything else from the board? All right. Thank you for that report. Okay, now I'm lost. Here we are. Oh, here we are. Next is the administration update. Mr. Slingerland, can you speak to this as well?
Sure. There were a resolution on that report. It's not the most important one. I think it just related to sending thank you letters was a big part of it.
Yes, thank you.
And then as well, we're required to bring forward a plan within 90 days of how we want to spend that money. So the board will bring that back. We're required to, so you'll see that anyways. But there is an optional recommendation. It's we're going to bring back that plan anyways, as it's a requirement. But if you want to send thank you letters or do a bit of a campaign with it, this is the option.
Yeah, I think that would be really great. And that, maybe we're not completely done with this advocacy work, right? We didn't get our full ask. We can come back to the table with that. But yeah, I think some thank yous are in order. I know our MLA, Jennifer Rice, she really showed up for us, and she spoke with the minister to try to make sure that she understood exactly where we were at here and what kind of situation we were looking at. And so, yeah, I think that thank yous to the ministers would be great, and to our MLA, and yeah, to create the plan. So, okay. Anyways, is there a member of the board that would like to make those motions, or that motion?
Yeah, I can do that.
Moved by Director Northeast, and a seconder. Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. Sorry, great. And thank you, Mr. Slingerland, for pointing me in the right direction there. So yeah, next we have the administrative update. If you could speak to that for us, please.
Absolutely. So this is just a bit of an update on kind of where things are going and what we've experienced in the last month. So we've had staff have started participating in the regional district Indigenous Relations quarterly meetings. This is just amongst other regional districts and how we can learn best practices to advance our Indigenous relations. We're seeing an uptick in zoning and land use inquiries. So people are looking to develop on their land, subdivide their land, sell their land. So we're seeing an uptick in that area. And then as well, we've engaged with the ministry, received our money, which was great for the landfill. But we've also heard as well that unfortunately they won't be providing and supporting another key project of ours that relates to the Denny Island Water Service. So that'll come back towards the board. The finance team has been unbelievably busy finalizing getting the audit finalized, getting the asset retirement obligations done, getting the budget and the 5-year financial plan sorted. We've put out a briefing note on surpluses and contingencies. So that was put out, sent to the directors, as well as put on our website for the public, as there were some questions related to surplus and contingencies. We've also, the finance team has also issued the tax credit letters for all of our volunteer fire departments. We're seeing the new fuel system at the airport up and ready. It's being used and has started generating revenues. We've worked through a few technical hurdles. We're happy to report that a lot of used oil that had accumulated at the landfill has been shipped out, and we've through a grant we've been able to obtain a new used oil processing system that is all contained within a C-can. A picture of that is included in the report. And then there's just some different things that we're navigating, from figuring out our internet providers as City West comes online. There's some challenges. We're still working with our insurance provider to deal with the items that were stolen from the playground, so from the park. The playground survey is now closed and will be before the board. And then, yeah, for the capital projects, we're moving forward in a big way with the pool and the playgrounds and the water systems and whatnot. So it's been a busy month, and yeah.
I see that Director Northeast has his hand up. Go ahead, Director Northeast.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to make sense of this picture. What am I looking at? The big blue box that says interchange. Yeah,
So that one, yes. So do I have Gord on the line, as he was intimately involved in this? No.
He needs 30 seconds to have access to his camera and his
Okay.
mic.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
1 second. Yep.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, so this container is kind of a all-in-one package here. You can see the grate on the floor there. It's like a secondary spill containment, so reduce some of the previous spillage concerns, making it onto the ground and whatnot, and making cleanup a lot easier. There's extra storage space there for when we're waiting for the next collection to happen, once or twice a year, and sometimes is a little bit unreliable getting those collected. So they'll provide us a lot of space to store used oil safely, waiting for the next collection. And yeah, you can see the additional signage too, kind of helping to explain how to use the new facility. And yeah, we're hoping that that'll really help keep the site clean and organized and safe. Yeah, so we're excited to get this into operation soon.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, Gord.
I also see that Mr. Manson has his hand up. Do you have something to add, John? I'll give you a moment to, I don't know if we have camera and mic enabled there. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, I just thought I would add on Gord's presentation. I think one of the challenges that we've had there is keeping eyes on the facility when people come and use it. So I think part of our plan is to alleviate that problem, get it a little more visible so we can keep an eye on people when they come and deliver the materials, make sure they're doing it properly. So that's part of our strategy along with this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's hard work on getting that situation under control. I think it was a little overwhelming, but it looks like, yeah, we've got a better system in place. So that's really exciting to hear. So thank you so much. All right. Mr. Slingerland, were we through the administration report, or did you have more to?
No, I think that's everything. The report is there for if anybody has any questions, they can reach out to me afterwards. I'm happy to answer any other questions the board or the public has.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for this report. I find it really helpful, and it keeps us up to speed with what's going on with each thing and each department of the CCRD. So yeah, thank you for keeping up with that for us. So next we have a request for decision on the local government development approvals program application 2024. This will be back to you, Mr. Slingerland. Can you speak to this?
Absolutely, I can speak to this. So this is a grant application that we're looking at that would seek to update a lot of our development procedures. This is stuff where we've got, people are looking to develop, or they have zoning inquiries, or looking to build things and navigate, a development variance permit, a rezoning application that we update, as we have a single brochure and it's quite dated, that we update the development procedures. So this came really, it's something that's, we look at and we go, okay, we need to kind of do this at some point. A grant has kind of come up that allows us to do this work. We're not taking on, by any stretch of the imagination, being an approving officer or approving subdivisions. That's still within the authority of the Ministry of Transportation. This is to clean up a lot of the information and processes that happen at the staff level and that interface with the public. So it allows us to get a lot, like update our application forms, develop and update development procedures bylaw, and then build those pamphlets and resources. So when somebody has a land issue, or when they need to interface with their local government, that we're not handing them a brochure or an old bylaw from 1984. It's updated, it's clean, it's easier to navigate. So this grant came available, and we're looking at it and we're going, okay, this could provide value to those who live within the regional district who are planning on doing anything on their land where they need to interface with the regional district.
Great. Questions, comments from the board on 8.4?
I have a question, I guess. Unfortunately, I can't really pull up the application, but I did review this earlier. It looks like a lot of this grant is just going to consultants. Is this not something that we can kind of handle in-house a bit more and stuff that way? Like, this is something that our constituents keep bringing up, and this is, part of the repetitive issues or concerns that our constituents do have, is that a lot of this money is going out of the valley to consultants. So just a question there.
Sure. This will be fully done by consultants. Our current planning department has a budget of $20,000. We've been quite effective with utilizing consultants instead of the need to bring on specialized staff. If the board would like to explore bringing on a planner and building out a planning department, we could do that. That would definitely increase headcount. Nobody in our current roster of staff have the capacity or the specific background in planning to undertake this work. So this is kind of what happens if we want to keep a really lean and effective planning department. And I think that we've done a pretty good balance with utilizing our contractors, as they add significant value for what we pay, which is, again, about $20,000. So that's, which is this year's budget, which is quite low. You look at other regional districts here, between low end is 60,000 and the medium area is probably in the several million. We're doing quite well. So can we take it on in-house? We don't have that capacity and or skill sets at this time. We could as well, if the board wants to see more local people, more people in the community, and the money staying in the community, we could look to add a planner in next year's budget, and that person could undertake this work, but it would come with significant costs and an increase in headcount. So that is what the board will need to balance. So
Well,
it is absolutely an option.
Weren't we just talking about revamping a pamphlet? You know, at the end of the day, I understand getting the correct information from a consultant, but for 105 grand, you know, that's a tough one.
We can look at doing like a small, you know, some of the pamphlet stuff in house. Again, but you are adding this is an unscheduled, as we saw, grant and the opportunity to have that work done. We can add it to a work plan, something like updating a pamphlet, but it would happen at a very different pace.
Well,
it would need to factor into their work plans.
So the bylaws have to be updated before the pamphlets gets released, though, right? Wouldn't that
correct?
Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
So, okay.
But a lot of these grants don't cover staff time, so I want to be clear. Yeah. So it does go to a lot of contractors, unfortunately.
I guess that's the good part, is it's not coming out of property taxes per se. It's a grant, so it doesn't affect our money.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that it's important to add that it isn't just a pamphlet, it's the whole approvals process that's terribly out of date. And this goes along with all the work that's been going into our OCP that's also terribly out of date. So I feel like it is more than just a pamphlet. It's like the process needs to be looked at, as well as what's information is available to residents on our.
Isn't some of that covered under our current work on our OCP then, right? Like this will be coming from the work that's being done on the OCP plan that's already been approved?
The OCP plan is different than the development approvals process. Director Northeast? Oh, you're on mute. You're still on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Jim, did I cut you off? You're good? Okay.
No, you're on mute.
I can't be on mute.
No, you're good now.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay, thank you. Don't mess with me, Steve. I've had a long day.
No, I said you were on mute. You couldn't interrupt anybody.
That's true. Okay. So my question is, if we take this grant, will this improve our capacity for these types of decisions? A constituent has pointed out that in the past, a lot of this stuff was approved elsewhere. I don't know if that's still the case, but again, the past is the past. Where we are now is what's important to me. Does this grant have the potential to improve our capacity for making these decisions? And if that's the case, then it seems to me that it makes sense, because then the process should be quicker, more streamlined, more efficient. Does anybody, maybe our CAO can weigh in on that? I'm just trying to make sure that I weigh up the cost. I understand it's a grant, but I just want to make sure that there's going to be what the plus is going to be on our end as far as staff and administration goes, and the public.
Right, like this doesn't transfer like authority from MOTI, in other words, like so this, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Slayland.
Absolutely. This does not in any way transfer any responsibility or authority by any stretch of the imagination from MOTI. MOTI is still the approving officer and will handle anything related to subdivision or those specific referrals and areas of authority. This is only cleaning up and developing brochures, a process, and a manual for staff on how to deal with when somebody walks through our front door and says, how do I do this with my land? And to make that an easier and more streamlined process for the individual. For areas that the board still needs to approve, we have a development variance permit that is on this agenda. All those things still come before the board, and the board still is involved in that process. For things that need to be dealt with by MODI, those are still dealt with there. So, you know, this grant became available, so we looked at it, and it, you know, is an area where we could provide increased value to the residents on something that's not actively at this stage part of a work plan. So we've got a small staff, and it looked like it aligned well, as it does not add to the workload of staff, and it allows us to kind of go to a consultant, get all that work done, and bring it back. So it should make individuals and residents who want to do something on their land the process a lot easier. It would be the hope.
I think it might also be important to mention that if we don't spend all of that grant, then, you know, we return that unspent portion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't remember from the report how much of our staff time we expect to be expending on the application process.
Probably we're not spending very much on the application process. Like any grant, it does put a small degree of strain on the finance department, as they are taking part in the regular reporting on those grants. So each year that we don't spend, we have to create regular reports that go in. And then when a grant is finalized, we have to then do a final report outlining how we spent the money. And then this will process, if there is money left over, process that money and return that money. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the LGDAP? All right. So we are looking for a motion, if we're ready to make it, that the Board of Directors, the CCRD, provide a resolution indicating support for the Local Government Development Approvals Program application and a willingness to provide overall grant management. So if we don't apply for this grant, then we will not be doing the work, you know, on updating and streamlining that process. We'll
just, this is, pardon me. This is just an opportunity. The board looks at this and goes, this isn't an opportunity we want to pursue at this moment. Then by all means, we'll let the grant pass. We'll continue as status quo. It just was an opportunity that came available for us to significantly upgrade this area of our planning department. So if it passes, we're back to status quo. If the board sees value in it, then we can continue to proceed with it.
So if we do this grant, are we saying that that the contractor will propose some updates to our bylaws before they actually do the rest of it?
They will be looking at it through creating a development procedures bylaw, which is a bylaw that walks through how to handle everything from, let's say, focus on a DVP. If you want to do a development variance permit and adjust, let's say, a setback, then the bylaw walks through the exact process and how we handle everything from development variance permit, a temporary use permit, and other areas that require board approval and approval from a local government. So it's just to create that bylaw so that we have a open, transparent, clear process, so residents can look at it, read it, and go, okay, I understand the process. And then we've updated brochures and pamphlets again. The intent is just to make the experience a lot more user-friendly for the average resident.
Was it? Yeah. But so I guess that's what I was wondering. I think Jim was mentioning it earlier. Is we are also thinking about changing some of the bylaws to bring them up to date to begin with.
Yeah, so the OCP process, we're almost finished. That'll put in place an official community plan, and then we'll look at bringing forward zoning bylaws in the valley for review as well. That is a separate land use process.
But the two would go together if they're making some kind of a brochure or what have you.
Well, it would be, here's the process for making changes. So if you are wanting to adjust a setback on your property, if you're wanting to put a shed in the setback, for example, and you wanted a relaxation, is that the development procedures bylaw walks individuals and staff through, this is the procedure for handling these applications. Because right now we just, it's quite dated. So
except right now, well, I guess except right now, then a guy would just go and build his shed within the setback or whatever and not worry about it because we don't have any enforcement anyhow.
There is, we do not do building permitting. So there is an element where there's a lot that we don't know. We don't engage in proactive building monitoring by any stretch of the imagination. The board does have the ability, if somebody is violating the bylaw, to enforce its bylaw through means that don't require a bylaw enforcement officer, such as just going to the courts for injunctive relief, or utilizing an attorney to engage in a long form prosecution that could fine an individual up to $50,000. So the board has some tools in its tool shed, but for the most part, as I mentioned, we don't do proactive enforcement.
Okay. Is this a grant that has come up in the past, or that we could foresee, coming back, that we could look at maybe down the road, or is this kind of a one-time thing?
I haven't seen this before, but it doesn't mean it's not something that'll come back again. As I said, if the board does not feel this is a priority, then the status quo can remain, and there's not a significant amount of challenges or damages that occur. It's just an opportunity. So.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, one more time, I'm going to ask for that resolution if there's someone who would like to make it. Otherwise, we will move on. All right. We're going to move on. So next is the request for decision, secondary suite incentive program. So pardon me. So now Ms. Nevison or Mr. Slingerland, would either of you like to speak to this? Is that where we are?
No, it's yeah. Ms. Nevison, why don't you take this one?
Sure, I'm just pulling it up here. I have it in front of me. Yeah, so this is the secondary suite incentive. So we received a letter from the North Coast Regional District that is requesting the province that basically, to give us some context about the secondary suite incentive program. It's delivered by BC Housing, and essentially it's a funding program to encourage homeowners to build secondary suites that are affordable on their property. Yeah, and to basically increase the housing units available and to try to help with the current housing crisis that we're seeing across the province. So homeowners who qualify will receive up to 50% of the cost of renovations, up to a maximum of $40,000. There's information there as well about, for the loan to be forgiven, the homeowner must continue to live in the home on the same property, etc. For this secondary suite incentive program, all 161 incorporated municipalities and 16 of the 27 regional districts in BC are eligible. There were 11, including us, regional districts that were not eligible for this program. The province said that this was because of our lack of building bylaws, inspections, and permits. The North Coast Regional District has prepared this joint letter to ask that we are included, so the 11 regional districts, in this pilot program. There's a couple reasons that they brought forward saying that we should be included. These include communities with electoral areas that are especially in remote areas of the province are also experiencing housing challenges, and the cost of building in remote communities can be significantly more expensive as well. With that too, we are having a really restrictive, what we all know about in the CCRD, about the housing price, the crisis here. We don't have housing available for people that need it. And additionally, even though we don't have those building permits and things like that, it would be good to have that option for the funding as well. Yeah, so they've asked us to joint sign a letter to go to the province, and it's up to the board if they would like to co-sign it and ask if the CCRD can also participate in the secondary suite incentive program.
Great. Any questions for Ms. Nevison on this report?
Not necessarily questions. I do have a bit of a comment. Again, this looks a bit more like provincial government trying to force more bureaucracy onto the regional district and forcing us to do more building bylaws and stuff that way. So, which costs money. If you're not aware of building a home in the Lower Mainland, to 30% of the cost of that home is just in permits and regulations and bylaw, adhering to the local bylaws. You know, that's where 30 to 40% of your cost of your homes are being ate up in. So, you know, yeah, you're going to get some money back, but it might cost you that much in permitting and stuff where we currently don't have it. So myself, I think it's just a bit of, you know, if we can sign on and we don't have to change our local bylaws and such that way, then that'd be great to get the, but if we're getting forced to increase our building inspections and building codes and building bylaws and stuff, that to me is, you know, this is, I don't think that's not why people are attracted to Bella Coola. You know, that they're trying to get out of the bureaucracy and stuff like that. So again, it's just that's just what I see, kind of reading between the lines and what the letter said. So, or the incentive program itself. I'm all for signing it if we don't have to. You know, we're already in the process of doing the OCP plan, which will probably come back with some zoning bylaw changes and such that way. But you know, we're working on that as it is. So if we can sign on without having to do any extra work, great. If not, then I don't think I could support that.
Has anyone ever approached the CCRD on funding for suites or anything?
No, to my knowledge, we haven't really received any requests for funding for suites. There is a lot of discussion, and I personally have been impacted by it, of just like the lack of housing availability within the Bella Coola Valley. I can't speak for the Outer Coast, but I can say for the Bella Coola Valley, it's quite intense. We could inquire to see if this would, if people wanted to participate, that would they have to have more, would they have to have a building permit from us or any sort of regulatory things from the CCRD to participate in the program if someone was wanting to use this or apply for this funding. I will say that there's only 3,000 homeowners that can get this funding. So the chances of someone getting it is quite low if there's only 3,000 homeowners that can get it within the province. However, it does start to pressure the province a bit more to try to include the regional district in things and to really look at the housing problem.
Mm-hmm. Like, I know a number of people who have put in secondary suites in their houses, and I feel like help with that is like incredibly useful to the tune of $40,000. But and I know that there's a housing crisis, and I've been, you know, I've seen people impacted by it as a business owner, and you know, talking to other people who can't see, you know, bring in staff or people who want to move to the valley who don't have a place to stay. But so I know that is an issue. As far as whether, you know, like forced compliance, I can't see that being a, you know, but it is nice to be included if there is relief for people who are trying to do something about housing. And so anybody else have any comments on this pilot project?
Well, I think it'd be just like Jim says, you know, in the very least, if you went to put an addition in or a renovation, that they're going to want to see drawn up plans, you know, by an architect. Then at some point, even if we don't have zoning, they're probably going to want some kind of an inspector to come in and look at that. So that eats up, like, you know, the 40 grand pretty quick.
Okay. Director Ward?
Yeah, just you know, from what I gathered from the information that was presented here in the thing, the reason we're not included in this program is because we don't have the building bylaws in the first place. So it's almost like to get included in this program, we have to institute a bunch of new bylaws and building inspections and building codes on a regional district level, which is going to take a bit of time. So, you know, it's, to me, if we can get on the list without having to do all that, that would be great. But I can, you know, there's a reason why we're excluded, and we're not the only ones excluded because of that fact. So that's, you know, again, I think it's just a bit of bureaucracy that's trying to be forced upon us that way. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that's that staff would like to add to Director Ward's point or Director Emery's point? No.
No, I think it's sorry.
Yeah, no, I budgeted in there. And I guess it kind of looks like, you know, the way they discussed it about the cost of rural and stuff. So I don't know, you know, if you're talking North Coast, you know, some of those areas might not have zoning and building permits as well.
Yeah, I think, yeah, those 11 regional districts seemed the reason they've haven't been included is for that very reason. But, you know, like another approach that we could take is looking at some sort of relief that isn't this program, you know, like to request that in these smaller, like more remote places, that there be a different program with a different intake. I don't know. Or we could take no action if this doesn't appeal to the board.
Well, I think maybe that maybe we should just sign on to this anyhow and see where it leads to. And if it doesn't help us, maybe it helps them get their recognition.
Yeah. Director Northeast?
Yeah, I'd like to think, and I'm probably just being naive, that this is an opportunity to let the government reconsider its exclusion of people like regions like us without the added expectation. They said, you know, we're not going to include these ones because of bylaws and all that. Maybe somebody in that ministry has gone, oh, wait a minute, that's not fair. And so, yeah, I'm kind of, if I hear Director Emery right, I think I'd probably like to sign off on this, see where it goes. You know, maybe it'll help. I don't think it can make the situation worse. To address Director Ward's position or concern, I don't think we can be bullied or pushed into doing something we don't want to do, at least not at this time with the current legislation. So I'm kind of saying, let's go with it, see if it helps. But again, Director Kennedy, what you said is very important. We need to be looking at other options. We need to find solutions and programs to address the lack of housing here. So, and again, I'm a bit of a broken record on this. That is a key obstacle to economic development in these communities. So I say sign it. Let's see what happens.
Okay. So is that a motion?
Yes, that's the motion. Dag
Okay.
nabbit, let's do it. That's
Yeah.
the motion.
Okay, looking for a seconder. Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, put my hand down.
All right, one opposed. All right. Thank you, Ms. Nevison and Mr. Slingerland. We're now moving on to our bylaws and policies section. So we're going to start with a request for decision on policy A26, procurement and purchasing. Mr. Slingerland, can you speak to this, please?
Absolutely. So our policy for procurement is up for renewal or refresh. We have a policy that requires that policies and bylaws come back. So this has some updates. So we've gone through it and put in play and drafted some updates to kind of make the process to make it work a little smoother. So we've added additional clarification on the policy. It's also got a requirement for orientation. So staff will now be required to do a bit of an orientation on procurement and purchasing. There's an increased focus on employment conflict of interest as it relates to employees. These provisions on conflict of interest don't relate to the board, as the board isn't doing this level of procurement. There's, on the off chance, as it's a small town, we may need to purchase something from an employee. How do we do that? We've got increased information on Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act requirements. This will also tie in as well to the next item, which is the privacy management plan. So we've also reworked some the exemptions as well as some language in there for cost escalation. And as well, we've included some mechanisms that require regular reporting to the chair and to the board if exemptions have been utilized. So that's kind of the general overview. Some of the specifics on the policy, we've got a bit of a change in regards to the spending authorities, as well as I mentioned before, some of the exemption process. A lot of the construction projects and goods and services procurement remains the same, with the obtain best value. The very bottom one has increased in the draft from $500 to $1,500, but everything else generally remains the same, with purchasing authority being adjusted to meet new job descriptions and titles, and a general increase as we're doing a fair amount of construction projects and large capital projects these days. So happy to take any questions, and if the board would like anything changed or updated, happy to hear those, and then we can update it and bring it back if the board has any questions, concerns, or preferences.
Great, thank you. Handing it over to the board. Questions or comments?
I'm good.
All good?
Yeah.
Okay, then we are looking for the motion that the Board of Directors of the CCRD amend the purchasing and procurement policy A26 as presented.
Yep.
Moved by Director Northeast, and a seconder? Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Yeah, sorry, you guys were almost exactly at the same time, Director Ward. Very close. Okay, so we're moving on to, thank you, Mr. Slingerland, for that. We're moving on to request for decision on the proposed policy A41, the privacy management plan. I know, Ms. Nevison, you've been working on this for a long time. Thank you for all your hard work. This is a big one. Can you speak to this?
Yeah, thank you. So the privacy management plan, we've talked about a bit of this before with the Freedom of Information Act. This was passed by the province last year in 2023. With this, we had to do our freedom of information process that we brought to the board last year for freedom of information requests. And so part of that act as well is that requires that all local governments create a privacy management plan. And this essentially is just looks at and controls how we use, collect, and disclose any personal information that we obtain. This privacy management plan that we're bringing forward also includes templates for information sharing agreements. So these would be for any of our contractors going forward, just that they'll sign to say what they'll do with their personal information, what they can't do with the personal information that they might collect from residents, for example. And with that as well, it also has templates for personal information assessments for CCRD employees to assess any personal information that's being collected by a system. So for example, if we bring on any sort of systems in place, we'll take an assessment of what personal information is being collected. This is a requirement from the provincial government as part of the Freedom and Information Act that was brought forward, and we are bringing it forward just to make sure that we're being correct with how we treat people's personal information that we end up collecting.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none. Excellent. Thank you very much. So we're looking for a motion that the Board of Directors of the CCRD approve and adopt policy A41, the Privacy Management Program and Privacy Breach.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Director Ward. Thank you very much. And seconder? Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Okay, and thank you once again, Ms. Devison, for all your hard work on that policy. Okay, so next we have policy A42, our correspondence policy. So Ms. Devison, would this be back to you?
I could take this on.
Sure.
So this is a correspondence policy that we came up with. As the board knows, we've been receiving a lot of correspondence, and we usually do for board meetings. We've been receiving a lot more this past kind of couple of years. And so we wanted to create a policy that specified the procedure of when we receive correspondence, who we send it to, does it go on the agenda. So we created this policy, and it essentially outlines what correspondence we receive. So like web forms, electronic mail, fax, and mail, what correspondence we won't receive, like unsolicited, like advertisements, things like that. What we do with the correspondence. So if it does meet the criteria and of being a web form or mail or whichever else, if it's addressed to, for example, a chair, specific director, it will be sent to the person it's addressed to, that's the elected official, and they can advise us what they would like if they want further distribution. If it's addressed to the regional district, it will be added to the correspondence section of the next agenda. And then any correspondence that we receive during an active and ongoing regular board meeting, let's say in the future, if we have delegations again, this will be added to the next board meeting. But this does not include things like a PowerPoint slide. And yeah, and when it goes over to, if anything has any correspondence relating to identifying staff, that'll be put in the closed portion of the board meeting. And it gives some information about our deadlines, and then any sort of confidential ones and any responses, expectations. Anyone has any questions?
So I was just looking at the response part of the policy. So just for clarification, there would be a response sent on direction of the board, not an automatic response.
Yeah, so the board can direct us, like if they find, let's say, correspondence on, I know the North Coast is a good example one. They can choose to pull that out and direct staff to send a response, but responses will not be sent out either on behalf of the CCRD or on behalf of staff unless directed to by the board of directors.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's important for us to note, because I think sometimes it's our residents feel like that we're not receiving correspondence if we don't respond. So just another thing to bring to our attention, that if we aren't going to be issuing a response from ourselves, the board members, or from the board, that we do need to direct staff to do so to ensure that that members of the public are ensured that their correspondence has been received. Any other questions or comments about this policy? I'm looking for a motion that the Board of Directors approve and adopt policy A42, correspondence. Is that a nod? Did I see a nod, Steve? Yeah. Moved by Director Emery and a seconder. Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay. Okay, great. Next is our, look at us go. We've got our 9.4, the Board of Directors Committee Commission Code of Conduct Policy. So this one, I'm passing this back to you, Ms. Nevison. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is, we were directed by the board last year to write a committee and commission code of conduct, as we didn't have one. And prior to that, all the committees and commissions were being held to the, I believe it's E7 is the elected officials, ethical standards of conduct for elected officials, which is the code of conduct for our directors. And so we went and we wrote a code of conduct for committees and commissions, which basically outlines behavior that's acceptable, what to do if there's a complaint that's brought forward by anyone that's part of either the committees or another resident or staff about a committee member or commission member, and yeah, outlines the behavior during decision making, the positive environment that we expect from all committee and commission members, and then yes, outlines like in our Schedule A, a resolution process and a complaint process if anyone does have any issues.
Now I'm on mute. Questions or comments from the board about this policy? All right, so I'm looking for a motion that the Board of Directors of the CCRD adopt policy A43, Committee Commission Policy Code of Conduct.
I'll make the motion.
Great. Moved by Director Ward and a seconder. Seconded by Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Right.
Great. Any opposed? All right. Hearing none. Okay, so next we are moving on to the Public Works, Transportations, and Operations section of our agenda, section 10. We have a request for a decision. So this is Mr. Manson. I will call on you for the development variance permit on Centennial Pool, if you'd like to speak to that.
I certainly would. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you know, the regional district is going to be playing around with the pool this summer. We have a building or two to build and a pool to replace. And you've seen the drawings. So this is sort of an administrative detail that needs to be resolved as part of our project requirements. The proposed mechanical building that will be housing the mechanics of the new pool and a few other activities in a couple of the other rooms there are going to be located in a building that will be fairly close to the west property line of our site. It'll be located approximately just a little less than a meter, 0.8 meters from the west property line. We share our neighbor to the west is a panhandle lot. There's a driveway that comes down along that side of the property. Your 40-plus-year-old zoning bylaw has setbacks for the zone in question that we're in, the C2 zone. I think it's approximately 7 meters, I think is our standard bylaw setback. And there is a process for varying those setbacks and can be done on an individual basis if approved by the board. So that's why we're here before you today. This starts the process of a development variance permit application that I'm making on behalf of the regional district. to vary the west setback to 0.65. That covers off the foundation. It's a little bit closer than the actual building. And as a process for that, under the Municipal Act, we are required to give some notice to neighboring properties. So this is basically the first step of the process where we're asking the board to authorize us to go ahead and do that. We'll send letters out to the neighbors, and then we'll be back to see you once we've received any feedback that we've received from the neighboring community. Normally these are done administratively. In most places they're done just through a letter drop. We'll send letters out to adjacent properties. We can also post it on the website as well.
Great.
That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? I'm hearing none, so I'm looking for the motion that the Board of Directors of the CCRD direct administration to give notice to the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 262 and all properties within a 50-meter radius of the lands subject to development variance permit application number 2024-01 of the proposal to vary the following sections of Bella Coola Valley zoning bylaw number 71. Number 1, section 13.4.3 to reduce the side lots line setback from 5 meters to 0.375 meters.
That's pretty tight.
Yeah, I would note we're being safe here because we're taking it right to the bottom of the foundation, because you could argue that it's a structure. The actual building will be 0.8. So above ground, it will be 0.8.
Okay. And did I see a mover? Yeah, moved by Director Ward, and a seconder? Seconded by Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Okay. Pardon me. Yeah, so next on our agenda, we have a request for decision, the 2024 Great Bear Playground Improvements and RFP award. So I'm going to pass this one over to, is it Mr. Manson again? Or?
Sure, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Radar consultants haven't been able to join us today, but I think we've got a fairly...
see someone. I see someone.
Quinn's online. Yeah,
Oh,
Quinn's here.
okay.
Yeah.
She's waving. She's here.
Okay. All right, so they are available to give some more details, but just as an overview, as you'll recall, we've the board has authorized Habitat Systems as their preferred vendor for our playground improvement project. We have had some discussions with the vendor. Everything is lining up nicely for the project. And as the board will recall, we also engaged a very quick public feedback process through our website, through an online survey as to the design that was submitted by Habitat. As you'll probably recall, there were 2 options for Walker Park. So we're kind of primarily looking for options in which of the 2 options the public favored, and the report here reports on that. We have pretty strong favored option that we're recommending that we proceed with. We also had some general additional comments that I think Quinn can talk to, but it basically drives an additional recommendation for us for consideration for the board. If we have a little bit extra money, which it looks like we're going to, that we can perhaps address one of those or a couple of those comments related to construction of additional equipment for the very young age group for Walker, which is actually a really good thing to do. So we'll have very young age groups for both park locations. But I don't want to take all of Quinn's fun away, so I'll let you jump in, Quinn. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yes, so we worked through the engagement material, and using that, through that engagement, we saw that treetops, which I don't know if you would like to see it. I can show it on my screen. Is the preferred design for Walker Island Park. Do you want me to show it? I think so. Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Sure, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah. So that is this option was the preferred selection for Walker Island Park. Through the engagement, we heard, as John mentioned, some increased interest in options for younger kids, as well as a slide. Again, as John mentioned, we have spoken with Habitat to understand how that could be integrated into the existing design. New Satsum also received feedback. Generally, folks were happy with what they saw, and a couple interesting comments here and there, but overall positive responses to what was shown. One of our outstanding items is still around surfacing. The outcome of the engagement was 59% of those that participated agreed with the CCRD's recommendation to use rubber surfacing, and 41% disagreed. We are very lucky. The primary contact for Habitat used to work at Marathon Surfaces, which is one of the largest PIP supplier and installers in British Columbia. So comes with a heap of knowledge about these surfaces and, the pros, the cons, and benefits. Through discussion and, from engagement, we very clearly hear a resistance to recycled rubber material. Barbara, who is our contact at Habitat, has assured us that we can work with their surface provider to install virgin natural rubber material, which we would hope would assuage some of those considerations. But we'll continue to explore that and inform the board as those decisions go forward. Some general messaging considerations that we were seeing from the feedback for consideration would be, and for the CCRD to kind of provide to the public, would be the source of funding for the playground. Lots of comments about use of tax dollars. This project is completely grant funded. So any conversations or promotion about this park could include some messaging around that, which might be helpful. The other would be, Habitat One for a number of reasons, but also because of their partnership with a local contractor. Bond Interiors, Brian Bond, I believe, is his name. And so again, within the feedback, a lot of interest in, local materials, local contractors, local resources. And so anything we can do to promote and identify that we are doing so would likely be helpful for the image of the playground. And so the next steps that we would recommend, it would be that the CCRD provide Habitat with the results of the survey, which we have done. All rubber surfacing be removed from New Satsum, which I guess, I don't know if I'm on the right one here. And then we continue to have conversations with Habitat about the surfacing, and we begin to execute the contract in earnest with Habitat Systems.
Great. Thank you so much for your report, Quinn. I really, thank you for sharing those findings with us. Do we have any questions from the board?
Yeah, I do. Just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, Quinn. What did you say regards to rubber at New Satsum?
We will be removing all rubber surfacing from New Satsum Park, and it will be wood chips only.
So that's the fall area as well as the access area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. But not at Walker Island. There'll still be the access portion will be the rubber.
At this time, we are continuing to recommend a portion of PIP surfacing
Yeah.
to connect inclusive elements in Walker
Okay.
Island Park.
Okay, that's my understanding. Thank you
Yeah.
for confirming that.
No worries.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? So we are looking for a resolution that the Board of Directors of the CCRD authorize the CAO to execute a contract with Habitat Systems, Inc. for the Great Bear Playground RFP number IR0181, generally consistent with the RFP as submitted, choosing option 1 as the preferred option at Walker Island Park and utilizing rubber-based surfacing at Walker Island Park only. And that the board recommend the staff add additional playground equipment targeted to younger ages at Walker Island Park if the budget will allow.
And-
Moved by Director Northeast, and I'm looking for a
Yes.
seconder. Yeah. Seconded by Director Ward. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Excellent. That's
Good
exciting.
work.
Thank you. And thank you. Yeah, it is.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Quinn, for joining us today.
No worries.
Next, we have in our development services portion of our agenda, a presentation. If we have our presenter with us online with City West.
I don't think we do quite yet. We
Okay.
are moving the agenda very quickly, so
We
I
are
told
so
everyone
good.
different times. Yeah, but maybe we could table this and return to it while we get Scott online to present from City West,
Another
if possible.
option is we could take a lunch break. And at what time was Scott told to join us? Do we?
He was told, I thought we were going to be like around like 1:32.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we're trying to get a hold of him right now. Patrick is calling him. I just sent him an email. So maybe
Okay.
if we took like an early lunch and then yeah, we'll get him online.
Okay. So just members of the board here, what do we think about taking an early lunch and coming back in 45 minutes? Would that work? Yeah. Director Emery, I see
Sure.
a nod. Director
Yeah.
Northeast, would that work for you?
Yeah, I'll go along with whatever other
Okay.
people want. Yeah.
Director Ward, would an early lunch work for you?
Yeah, I can make that work. No problem.
Okay, I love early lunches because I get so hungry. I've already been snacking, as you've probably seen. Okay, so we're gonna take an early lunch. It's 11:30 right now. Let's come back at 12:15, and we will hopefully have our presentation scheduled for then. Great. Thanks, you guys. See you in 45. All right, I'll just give everybody one more minute to get themselves situated, and then we'll get back to business. I hope everyone is feeling nourished after the break.
I had to run to the to Shop Easy because we just got back last night. There's no food in the house. So I ran and just grabbed some chicken.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it's all good.
Perfect. Good. All right, so I will bring us back if Meg, are you all set too for the recording?
Yep, the recording's all set.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we have our presenter on the line.
I think I saw him just pop on.
Yeah, I think Meg's just giving him the start, but maybe Patrick can explain who he is.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so I'll bring us back from our lunch recess. It is 12:16 on March 28th. And we are at 11.1 in development services. We have a presentation by City West waiting on deck for us, and I'm going to pass the floor over to Patrick to introduce our presenter. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so Scott Simpson from City West is the senior marketing manager. And what he's looking to do is he's looking to gain additional support for some grants that he's looking at for doing last mile work in the region. And he's here to present on that and gain support from the board.
Great. Welcome, Scott.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me. I also have Renee from the Strathcona Regional District to co-present with me.
Great. Welcome, Renee.
We're just getting her stuff. Okay, sit up. Thanks.
Sure, sure. You
Okay,
bet.
yeah. So once she's in, I'll share my screen and bring up the presentation.
Okay, am I on?
I hear you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and directors. Renee Labakane. I'm the Manager of Strategic Initiatives with the Strathcona Regional District, and we're a partner with City West on the Connected Coast Network. So Scott and I will tag team this presentation. I'll go through the first couple slides and then I'll pass it over to him when we're talking about last mile. So Scott, if you can go to the next slide. We were asked to provide a bit of an update about the status of the project. So I'm going to kind of review the Connected Coast piece, which I'm sure you're all aware of what it is, but just in case, it's a fiber optic network project that is bringing high-speed internet to rural and remote communities on BC's west coast, Haida Gwaii, and all around Vancouver Island. And what you have before you is our build status map, which highlights which areas are completed on the project. You can see the areas in green. That is where we have the marine fiber laid and landing sites in each of those communities. So we're pretty excited to see all the green on the left in the north. And then as you look at the south, the green comes from the north, and we're nearly complete, a full line all the way to the Vancouver Internet Exchange. So pretty excited about the progress and the connectivity that some communities are already experiencing. The completion date for the network is March 2025. So all of the areas that aren't green will be built in the upcoming year. Next slide. So there are 14 landing sites within the Central Coast Regional District. And as you'll notice, they are all green, which means they're in the commissioning and testing phase. And we're to the point where internet service providers can now access that high-speed internet to start delivering it to residents in each of the communities in your region. Okay. We have had some learnings while we have been constructing the Connected Coast network, and so we are currently negotiating with the funders on some rerouting to strengthen the network. So that doesn't impact your region, as most of your region is constructed. One thing I did want to highlight is Mariner signage. There is a bit of a hyperlink there that it takes you to the Connected Coast website and our operations page. So there has been occasion where the cable has been lifted from the seabed floor and resulting in some breakage. So what we're really trying to do is encourage people to download the mapping so that the marine GPS and other mapping systems have the knowledge and know where the exact location of that the cable on the seafloor is. So that's one thing that the regional district, if you can help amplify that message so that mariners do know where the cables are to prevent any damage that potentially could occur. As I mentioned, internet service providers now can access the high-speed internet, and that is what we call last mile. So Scott, if you go to the next page, next slide. So the Connected Coast project is a backbone network. It comes up into the communities, is in a utility box, and from that utility box, into homes and business is called the last mile connectivity. And so there are two components to accessing high-speed internet, one being backbone and one being last mile. And City West is an internet service provider. And that's one of the reasons we're here to talk to you today, is about some last mile projects. So I would like to pass it off to Scott, and we'll still be here to answer any questions afterwards.
Thanks, Renee. So my name is Scott Simpson. I'm the Senior Marketing Manager at City West. So today we're going to be talking, in addition to the Connected Coast, give an update on some of the last mile projects and applications that have been submitted or are pending. So obviously, as Renee said, we have the Connected Coast project, but from there we can build last mile infrastructure in communities, which will be supported by the Connected Coast project to provide fully fiber optic connectivity to homes and businesses, the best technology available and the fastest speeds, bridging the digital divide, investing in infrastructure, all very important, especially for telehealth, e-learning, and remote work. So one of the exciting projects we have underway within the CCRD is the Connecting Bella Coola Valley project. This contains the Bella Coola Downtown, 4 Mile Subdivision, and Haggensburg. So as of today, we have 291 customers online between Bella Coola Downtown and 4 Mile. The Haggensburg portion of the project, which on this map is yellow and red, permitting is complete for this, and construction is underway to connect more homes and businesses along Highway 20. We do have a pending application with Martin Valley, the Martin Valley subdivision, part of Ocean Falls. That was submitted in December 2022. We are still waiting on a funding award decision. We haven't been told if it has been approved or denied. So that one is still pending, and that would also be supported by the Connected Coast project. The new CC applications, new applications for the CCBC intake we want to talk to you about today are Denny Island and Furvale. The applications were submitted on March 12th, 2024, without a letter of support from the CCRD. We're able to submit, but we aren't able to actually move things along to final approval without a letter of support from the Central Coast Regional District. We do not require any financial investment for either one of these projects. And I will say Denny Island was flagged in a very positive light to be brought forward for application. And so very good, but we do require a support letter to push things along further, but it's one that the funders are very interested in. So I'll start with Denny Island. The highlighted section there is what we are looking to build. We have landing sites, 2 landing sites on Denny Island, and it would service 68 homes that have been flagged, supported by the Connected Coast project, and depending on how funding applications go, the proposed completion for 2026, 2027. The other project is Furvale, which would encompass about 77 homes. It is supported by the Connected Coast project, which is feeding into Bella Coola, but it's also supported by the existing infrastructure that will be in Bella Coola and Haggensburg and along Highway 20. So we're essentially extending that project eastbound along Highway 20 to bring more homes, fiber optic connectivity. And just like Denny Island, it has the same project completion timeline of 2026, 2027. For both of these projects, all we require from the CCRD is a letter of support from the board in favor of the project. Once again, no financial contribution is necessary. And these would both bring fiber optic infrastructure in the community.
So, sorry about that. Do we have questions from the board? Director Emery, do you have any questions?
No. Sorry. No, I don't have any questions. It's I don't know. It is what it is. If the government, has decided to put their money in such an infrastructure program that such as it is, which is very lacking as far as standards go. They're all the power to them.
Okay. So are we ready to make a motion to provide a letter of support? Moved by Director Ward and a seconder. Seconded by Director Northeast. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed? So just so that so Director Emery, would you like us to, would you prefer that the letter not include your area? Do you want because just for clarification to Renee and I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Scott. I'm sorry, Scott. Director Emery is the area director for Area A, so the Denny Island portion. So I just want to clarify with him if you would be in favor if the letter was in support of the Furvale project, but not the Denny Island project, or how, like, is there a way that you would like us to modify this motion?
Let's go back and talk about Ocean Falls. So what are you doing in Ocean Falls now for us?
So we have a pending application for Ocean Falls for the Martin Valley portion, which was submitted with one of the previous CCB application rounds. But that application is still pending with the funders, so we don't have an answer, yes or no, on that one.
Right. So you didn't take into account that we had in our letter to support that was to include the town site of Martin Valley, or the town site of Ocean Falls as well. So you forgot about that part. So, I can't really get behind, you're not even listening to what we're saying in the first place. So that kind of pisses me off a bit.
So it hasn't been forgotten. There are additional rounds of funding for the CCBC program. So this isn't the last round of funding. We still have it flagged. We are trying to get a positive result on the pending application before adding another application to it. So we do have another round of funding coming up quite soon, and we are still having that one on our radar.
Yeah, so personally, I'd rather just let you guys do your own thing, and I don't have to be involved. And if it goes through, it goes through. As Director Northeast has says before, a project should stand on its own merits, not just having the CCRD have to decide if it's a good project or not.
Well, with the CCBC application, it's a standard procedure for any telecommunications company applying across any regional district, municipality, or First Nations community, that a letter of support is provided. If it's a municipality, it can come from them. If it's regional district, it comes from the regional district. If it's First Nation, it comes from the First Nation. So it's standard for all of our projects, and we have seen letter of supports for all of our applications so far.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's just a standard thing, but if we don't do it, then you guys I've already put your application in. So
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we did have a motion, and we did have a vote on that. And Steve, you stand opposed to the motion?
Sure, I'll still say opposed, but if it goes through, then whatever, that's the way it goes, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of lacking, a lot of issues, and the way this is being built out is a I would say very substandard. So far, I'm just worried about you're going to get into hooking people up, and they're going to depend on this system, and I don't think it's going to survive the long haul without major improvements like proper cabling and such for underwater. It's the same as the now that you want to because you've had issues on the cable going to Bella Coola, so now you want extra money to go and put another cable down Burke to ring King Island, and so that just shows that the planning in the front and the actual laying of the cable is pretty suspect.
I would say bringing another option into the market just creates more opportunity for the people there.
Sure.
It's up to the last mile user if they want to use City West services or not. It's another option if they're happy with their current provider, if they're using Starlink. they can continue to use that. City West would just be another option. I haven't noticed any major issues with our Bella cable. I will say we do have an application with the CRTC to add an additional line, yes, but with any network, of course, it's money to apply for to strengthen the network. Anytime you can create a loop in a system, it just creates redundancy and strengthens the network. So it's not so much about there being necessarily an issue. It's just about building upon the network that was initially funded for.
Oh, I guess I was just going because there has been issues in the past already, and when it's not even connected. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation, both of you, and for joining us today. And we all do look forward to high-speed internet. I think that does go without saying, but that yeah, we really are looking forward to seeing it happen and seeing it be successful, however that ends up being. So thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, great. Thanks, you guys. So next, we're moving on to our request for decision. It's a referral for general commercial use. This is for the Duncan B Lodge and Marina. So it's another referral, which, as we've mentioned, we've been getting more and more of these in the past while. Should I pass this over to you, Mr. Slingerland, or do we have questions or comments? Okay.
So this is just a referral that we've received from the province. It relates to the intent of the application is to authorize an existing log breakwater in place to protect the dock and buildings of the lodge. We don't have any major relevant or no relevant bylaws for the area. So this kind of presents some challenges in regards to disputing the matter. And there's really only kind of two options. One is that the board of directors submit a comment outlining any desires that you have for it, or that the board submits no comment, which signals neither approval or disapproval. We generally recommend, if we are going to comment, that we encourage the applicant to engage with the local First Nations and get their buy-in and approval. So,
okay, Director Emery, would you like to speak to this at all?
Yeah, I don't see an issue. They're just doing some housekeeping. That it's already been there for however many years. I guess the only thing that on our end is that maybe BC assessment really needs to figure out what's been going on down there and maybe reevaluate the assessment.
Okay. So perhaps maybe we could put in like a notice of motion for next meeting to send some correspondence to BC assessment and to kind of get on top of that, because I think that has been an issue ongoing. So maybe we can talk about that after, how we want to approach that advocacy work.
Yeah, because since we have no zoning, then where they can upgrade their docks and all that kind of stuff, and nobody really knows about it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely been hearing that for sure. So, okay. Are you willing to make the recommended motion that we encourage engagement and consultation with any First Nation communities that are impacted by the application?
And I would just say that I would make the motion just that the CCRD has no issues with the upgrade of the log breakwater, and then join in with the First Nations approval that might be impacted by the application. So the OLK knows.
Okay, great. Anybody ready to second that one? Seconded by Director Northeast. And any further discussion? All in favor? Right. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, great. Next, we are moving on to this referral, a Steve Emery referral. And so we may have to get you to recuse yourself if on this one, Director Emery, perhaps, unless this is a different Steve Emery. Oh, you're muted.
Different Steve Emery. I don't think I did anything, did I?
don't think so.
There is a Steve Emery contracting referral. Related to a gravel pit on Denny Island.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a gravel pit. There you
Yeah.
go. Yep, I'll have to, I'll take off so you can zap me out of the meeting.
Okay.
Bring me back later.
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, we'll call you back in shortly.
Okay.
We might have to get you to, there we go.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay, now, Mr. Slingerland, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. So we've received there was an application made towards the province. We received the referral request related to a sand and gravel pit on Denny Island. The referral lists the disturbance area as 1.2 hectares, but does not provide any additional detail. It is noted that there's an existing license of occupation application for sand and gravel purposes in the vicinity of the proposed notice of works. There's no relevant, again, back to Denny Island. There's no relevant zoning bylaws or official community plan that provides us guidance. It is recommended that the CCRD submit a comment outlining the board's desire that the province ensure adequate engagement with First Nations and whatnot. So it's also unclear how the activity proposed activities may impact the Denny Island Airport. If you look at the map, it is quite a bit of ways from the airport, by the looks of it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Would be the only thing that's in the area. So the board could refer the matter to the Denny Island Airport Commission if they wanted their feedback, if they felt that was needed. They could make a decision now. We do have a bit of a timeline for submitting, but we can always request an extension, but that would take another month. So it is up to the board on how they want to proceed.
Okay, is there anyone ready to make that motion as it stands? Moved by Director Ward and a seconder, seconded by Director Northeast. And any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Okay. So yeah, we'll go with that motion that's listed there, and then we'll just call Steve back into the meeting.
Yes, I'll select request to join and see if I can
Okay.
pull him back in.
Sounds good. Perfect. I guess I can keep moving along as we go here, because we do have 3. So the next is the Mid-Coast Forest Stewardship Plan Amendment. That's 11.4. And so, Mr. Slingerland, is that one? Should I pass that one over to you as well?
Sure, not a worries. So this is another referral for Interfor's amendment to their stewardship plan. Do we have Mr. Emery? Looks like, yes, Director Emery's returned. So this this plan or strategy sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Nevison, have you reviewed this one?
So I was making notes. Yeah, I have. So this is a referral we received from it was a while ago now, and I'm also going over being like, right, from an organization, and they were requesting. There's an amendment that is going through for Interfor's mid North Coast Forest Stewardship Plan. And it's in response to the Great Bear Rainforest Land Use Order in 2023. So we sent it to our contractors, because Chris Rempel, we sent it to our contractors. They took a look at the referral that was sent in. It wasn't super evident when we were referring to the document as to what potential impacts were going to impact the CCRD. However, we did go over their SFP. And it's kind of the same thing that we just ensure adequate engagement with First Nations, as we don't think that it impacts a lot of CCRD in the region.
Okay, does anyone have questions or comments? We have a recommended motion in front of us, and I'll just read that aloud. The recommended motion is that the Board of Directors of the CCRD direct administration to write a letter outlining the board's desire that the Interfor Coastal Woodlands and province ensure adequate engagement and consultation with any and all First Nations communities that may be impacted by the amended Mid-North Coast Forest Stewardship Plan.
Okay.
Moved by Director Northeast, and a seconder? Seconded by Director Emery. Any further discussion? All in favor? Great. Okay, thank you very much. We are moving on to 11.5 on our agenda, and I see that we have Judith Call from the CCCTA on the line with us today for a presentation. Hi and welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I want to say thank you so much to getting squished in. I had sent an application and it got lost in the Ethernet, so I appreciate getting stuck in, and it's kind of a surprise anyway. So I am here in person, but you're remote, so hello from the Valley Inn. I'm here on behalf of the Cariboo-Chilcotin Coast Tourism Association to present Jamie with an award for serving on the board. So this is a wonderful award. Surprise! And if I can catch you before noon tomorrow, if you're in Bella Coola, I'll give it to you in person. Otherwise, Shannon will give it to you. But just a preamble to share that Amy sent, along with tremendous huge hugs. Jamie served on our board from 2017 to 2023. And her positions included Coast Sub-Regional Director, Governance Committee Chair, Vice Chair of the Board, Marketing Committee Board Liaison, and she served on the Governance Committee, the Advocacy Committee, and the Marketing Committee. So the outgoing board award recognizes an individual who served more than one consecutive term volunteering on the Cariboo-Chilcotin Coast Tourism Board of Directors. The board provides strategic leadership and oversight, ensuring that the organization best serves tourism operators and supports regional communities. And she says a huge thank you to Jamie for her selfless giving, energy, and inspiration to improve the lives of CCC residents. So I'm sending you a huge hug.
Oh, that's so nice and such a surprise. Oh my God.
I figured maybe it didn't go on because it was a surprise, but it was actually a glitch. So I'm kissing Meg because she stuck me in.
She's wonderful.
She is. So I do have it here for you, and I'm in Bella Coola till about noon tomorrow, but if not, I'll give it to Shannon Lansdowne and she'll give it to you with a real hug.
Oh, that's really nice. I really appreciate it. And I really did enjoy all of the time that I spent working with the CCCTA and all the great work that the organization does. And yeah, just a shout out that during the pandemic, that organization was hugely helpful to businesses in the Valley and in the region. They did a lot of one-on-one work with businesses to ensure that they had access to funding, and yeah, huge kudos. I really miss my CCCTA family, and yeah, it's an incredible organization. I can't say enough good stuff, and that it means the world to me. Thank you so much, Judith, for coming.
You're very welcome. So let me know if you're around tomorrow. And just a heads up, I'm working really hard on planning a circle tour so we get feet in the ground in all of the areas. So once I figure out the logistics between ferries and water taxis, I plan to do Bella Coola, Bella, Denny Island, Ocean Falls, and Klemtu.
Awesome.
In the spring, early summer. So hopefully I can see everybody with feet on the ground. So
that's excellent. I'll be flying in. I think my flight is around 11, so I may just catch you. But
okay.
Yeah.
If I know when I could even meet you at the airport, I can go, and on my way out, I'll just sit there and wait for the plane, and then I can give it to you in person. I'll do that.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much. That's incredible.
You're welcome. Thank you for all you do, everyone.
Thanks. Well, isn't that nice? Jeez, I really had no idea. Okay, so moving right along. Let's see what's next. We've got the Denny Island Airport Commission minutes, 13.1. If there's anything that we want to discuss there, otherwise that's just for receipt. Is there anything you want to bring to our attention, Steve?
Well, I just so part of they have so I guess Doug Sharkey's going to step down, and they're going to have to find a new leader for the commission. But I guess it's also that staff needs to figure out who's still on the commission and who's not on the commission, and maybe apply for I think what they're talking about is they have a list of these people here, so they kind of pick the people themselves, and that's not necessarily the way to do it. They're supposed to put the names of the people forward, and the board is supposed to approve the commissioners.
Right.
Unless I'm got it all wrong. But so anyhow, so we would have to decide who out of those lists. I think they picked 6. So if those 6 people are happy with everyone, and Erin has the answer here right now.
Excellent.
Hi. I will have to double check their terms of reference. I don't have it directly in front of me, but I do have in my Excel form here that they were appointed in February of last year. So I'll have to double check like how long their terms are, and whether like how it works for the appointment of the chair. Like for most of our committees and commissions, usually added like their members, like they'll appoint or vote for someone, and then the chair has to, like our CCRD chair, so Chair Kennedy would have to like appoint that person as the actual chair. But I'll go over their terms of reference, but I do think that they were appointed in February of last year, but I can do a bit more deep diving and maybe connect with Sharkey about what the kind of his plan is when to step down and when we need to kind of act on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you can figure out how the transition should be, like, so it seems that they've been just kind of picking new people every year.
So do you need a motion, Ms. Nevison, to do that?
No, I can to my knowledge. I mean, Mr. Singland, like, please step in here if I'm wrong. But what I'll do is I'll connect with Sharkey and I'll see what his plans are and when he plans to step down, and then I will look over the terms of reference and see what we need to do for that. But I believe that usually for them, we just need, like, it can be just via the chair, like something written from the chair. But I'll review it and then we can bring it forward to maybe the next board meeting in April. But I don't believe we need a resolution right now. I'll just do this. Yeah.
Does that work for you, Director Emery?
Yeah, sure. And so, and the second issue is that their commission, and when they put out a contract, it's in the past it's been the CCRD operations guy that puts the contract out. They make the recommendation, the CCRD puts the contract out, administers the contract. So they're upset that when I did the brushing, there was some brush that I missed or something, but they didn't communicate to it. It was kind of mixed up last year because it was when Ken was on his way out, and so it didn't quite follow through. So anyhow, I guess they figured I missed some brush, and I went up there and cut it, but I guess it wasn't the right stuff or whatever. So they're upset that the CCRD didn't talk to the airport commission before they paid the money out.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have a new guy now, Gord, right? Right?
Yeah, okay, we're getting a nod. Yeah.
See, you can't laugh because that's what gets me in trouble, is laughing.
I know. The afternoons are hard for me.
So I'm just guessing that, so in the future they're going to talk about replacing the roof. So that's what they're kind of working on. So in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong, is that they'll make the suggestion of how they would want to do it, and then Gord would, or whoever, who's the new guy?
Well, I think we'd pass it over to Curtis, and Curtis would work with staff to.
Yeah, that's right.
coordinate.
So,
Yeah.
but it's not, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
So,
if Curtis is on. Oh, sorry, go for it, Curtis.
I'm sorry, some people returned to the boardrooms, but I'm back. Yeah, we just want to get the feedback from the board on what they would like, and then I will roll that out to staff and that process. So if the commission is requesting additional dialogue with them and more involvement, absolutely we can do that.
Okay.
And I think it just got slipped through the cracks maybe a little bit there. Number one is Sharkey wasn't really big on maybe talking enough to the CCRD. He gets put off sometimes. But like I say, he had been dealing with Ken, so that's where he was friends with Ken, so it was kind of back and forth with Ken, and then when he was gone, then it kind of got to the wayside because we didn't have anyone really taking over that position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron, I see or pardon me, Ms. Nevison, I see your hand up there.
Yeah, so I did have a lot of conversations with Sharky last year about yeah, like the topic of the roof and the not hedging, but the
brushing
thing that you just, yeah, thank you, the brushing.
Yeah.
The thing that you just said, the brushing. So I'll get into contact with him again. I had a lot of conversations with him last year. I just looked up the terms of reference, and it looks like according to the terms of reference, everyone's only appointed for 1 year, and the commission can elect their own chair. So we don't need actually really, it looks like anything from the board on that. But they do need to do, it is a term of 1 year, so that means that was up in February of this year. So we'll have to redo the recruitment for that and get everyone back online. So they'll have to elect a new chair. I mean, it could still be Sharky, but they'll have to elect a chair anyway. Yeah, I just wanted to give an update on that. And then when I do touch base, yeah, with Sharky, I'll talk to him about the brushing contract. And I know he was sending them to me for a while, and then he switched and started sending them to another staff member. I'm not as sure as to like why, but yeah, we'll get like a more direct contact person for him, which yeah, I thought was me, but maybe I don't know. So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so I'll touch base with him. We'll run the elections for the Denny Island Denny Island Airport Commission, and we'll figure out who they would like to appoint as their chair and then start that process.
So, and just for clarification's sake, so they've put forward 6 names, but we still do the appointment. So it's still up for, if other people wanted to be on that commission, they could still put their names forward. And this board would appoint, but those names are put forward as who the airport commission has selected, I guess, as their.
So yeah, so it says here that how it kind of operates is basically, so the board of directors will appoint the all of the members, but the commission themselves will appoint their own chair, and that doesn't have to go through the board. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'll get into contact with them, see who they would like appointed for that commission, and then yeah, and then come back to the board with those names, and then the board can choose whether or not to appoint those people going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be like a application process of like put your name forward if you'd like to be part of this, and then it'll go through us and we'll bring it to you for maybe the next board meeting.
That last meeting was a publicly advertised meeting, and there was quite a few people that showed up. So anyone who was in the least bit interested was there and could have put their names forward if they wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing I see was missing on new business is that they had talked about putting the brushing contract back out again this year. So maybe they're going to do that at the next meeting or something. But I thought it was supposed to be in this meeting minutes.
Okay. Okay, so staff will reach out to them and hopefully we can get all that sorted out.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, they need to have another meeting with the people that they want to be the commissioners.
Okay. Okay.
Figure out a new leader.
Yeah. Boy. Okay. Thank you very much. So next, we're moving on to the correspondence section of our agenda. We're in section 17. As you can see there, we do have that letter, the secondary suite initiative included. Is there anything, I'm just going to ask our CAO, Mr. Slingerland, is there anything that you want to bring our attention to in the section, in the correspondence section?
Not overly. I think there's some good material there. There's some updates. One of the items related to the earlier thing in regards to the February 22nd meeting was the last letter there, 17.11. Just kind of shows that there is an intent to keep things going. Some of the challenging elements. So I would just kind of highlight that letter and flag that for the board's attention. The rest of the letters, there's some good stuff in there. A lot of it's updated. It's advocacy season, so we're getting a lot of advocacy letters. If the board looks at any of the other advocacy letters and wants to take part in that advocacy, the next meeting we're bringing forward a discussion on UBCM topics and other advocacy that the CCRD wants to take part in for the rest of the year. So it's a good time to start thinking about that as we're going to be bringing that forward in the near future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Will we have a UBCM advocacy discussion in our agenda coming up? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. I always find those are helpful. Okay, anything else that any other board members would like to bring our attention to in terms of general correspondence?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, then we are going to move over to closing the meeting. So looking for a resolution that the Board of Directors of the CCRD close the meeting to the public for the purpose of consideration of items that fall under the sections of the community charter that are listed in the agenda. Do I have that motion?
Yep.
Moved by Director Northeast, seconded by Director Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So I just want to thank everyone who joined us today online and in person. And we're going to be moving in camera. So we'll just give staff and board a few minutes to switch over agendas and for our tech team to make those adjustments. So thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, we're going to change meeting links. There's a separate link in your emails or calendars that'll have the link for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. See you guys in, should we say 5 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Just to get everybody started? Okay, great. Oop.
you.